Well, the best players in the world put up $250,000 to compete for one of the most prestigious prizes in the game, and let's just get right to it, huh?
I say we just jump in, Jeff.
Welcome to Super High Roller Bowl Europe. It's day 2 coverage from the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in northern Cyprus. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks in the broadcast booth. I had this whole intro written out, planned with the Super High Roller Bowl music, but instead, let's intro this with Mikita Badziakuski raising it up with the Ace King.
Well, I can sing for you. You want me to play a little music for you, Jeff? Let's do the intro. Yeah.
Paul Paul with sevens.
230, 240.
Right off the bat. Well, Brent, that'll do it. It was a good run.
It was a good show, Jeff, and that'll wrap up
Thank
day
you
2
guys
coverage,
so
buddy.
much for joining us, and we're back. It's Paul with sevens. And he clicks the all-in button. Makita calls, and right off the bat, we have a huge pot. Ace King for Badziakuski, sevens for Paul Plois. 542K in this pot. Queen 10-5, the 7 safe. A couple outs open up for Makita, who's on his feet. The turn brings another 10.
Oh, dear.
13 outs now for Badziakuski. Paul has him out chipped. The river is a blank, and Makita's day is done.
Is it a bit too much to shove?
Paul just giggling. Is it a bit too much to shove? He doesn't care, Jeff.
It's a healthy amount. And just like that, right off the bat, day 2 Super High Roller Bowl Europe. That'll do it for Badziakuski. Plois up to 635K. Just ripped about 35-ish bigs or so. Wow. Pick it up with blinds 4K, 8K with an 8K big blind ante. Apologies for the audio issues. Brent will figure that out. Working the wires.
I am trying, Jeff. There's wires here. I
lot of wires.
Plug this thing in right. Should I clip this one? It's green. Do you
Don't
clip the green?
It's not a bomb. You don't clip these wires. Just make sure they're plugged in. Hello, Christoph. Chris Brewer is here. There's Jason Coon, the ggpoker ambassador. And there is Michael Adamo with 2 queens, the Super High Roller Bowl 6 champion.
Oh, he is lax. We got the chest hair popping.
yeah.
The guy's been spending a little time on the beaches outside of the resort. Some surfing. Now a couple of honeys.
Makes it 20K. Brewer in the big blind with the 9-7 off. He will defend those blue chips, worth 5K apiece.
The magical mullet trying to make magic right now. 9-7 off.
Uh-oh, flops a 9 and a gutter. Adamo's queens still best. See the player's current stack size is bottom left corner of your screen, size of the pot bottom right corner. Brewer checks. Adamo fires.
I love this.
Ooh,
big
the big sizing, yeah, 35K.
Big hand, big sizing. And already Brewer now a big decision.
And Brewer throws 4 white 25K chips out, makes it 100,000.
And this sort of holding, top pair with the gutter. He's absolutely going to be committed to this pot. In the event that Adamo shoves, you can see he still has 34% equity with this sort of holding. 2 pair would be good as well.
Time bank used by Adamo for an additional 30 seconds to act, playing with a 30-second shot clock. Well, bad timing there. What do you think Adamo does?
I'm going to go out on a limb, Jeff, and say he just grips and rips.
Yeah,
and here
there
we
we
go.
go.
We're
We're back.
back. We're going to see it. Here come the fireworks. He's just going to call.
Flings in a
Jeff.
call. $252,000 in this pot. The turn is the Jack of Spades. Adamo's queens still best. Brewer with 382K behind.
I love the decision by Adamo, thinking on it now. If Brewer has some sort of high equity draw, right? Pair, flush draw, a gutter flush draw. We take a safe turn, and then we can decide to play for the rest. This Jack of Spades really doesn't change anything.
Brewer checks. Adamo flings in another time extension.
Just a brutal spot now for Brewer. Keep in mind, this is Michael Adamo, folks. The guy's an absolute lunatic when he plays. He can surely have air. So hard to get away from 9-7 in this spot if you're Brewer.
$165,000 is the bet on the turn by Adamo.
Just about half of Brewer's chip stack. Brewer likely going to go with the double check raise here for the rest of it. I can't imagine we would call 165, leaving a little change behind with 1 to come. Could Adamo have picked up backdoor spades?
Brewer's turn to use a time bank. Not going to get much out of Adamo.
No, and of course Brewer doesn't have a spade or a club in his hand. Makes it even more difficult for him to get away from this spot. Adamo can have those sorts of combo draws as well, applying max pressure, making that 9 still potentially the best hand from his perspective.
Another time extension used. Brewer check raised flop. Check the turn. Facing that 165,000 chip bet. And he did say all in. Adamo makes the call, and here we go. More than 1 million in the middle. Brewer all in and at risk, needing a 9, an 8, or a 7. River card, it's a 4. And that does it for Chris Brewer, eliminated on day 2 of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. That's a lot of chips headed in Michael Adamo's direction. That's bad news for the rest of the field.
The Dominator accumulating here on day 2. Brewer, he's going to hit the rail. His trip is done at the Super High Roller Bowl.
Working on getting some sound for you guys.
I'm just not sure which wire. I got to plug this in here. I see this outlet.
No, you
that
hit the
was
video.
Wrong. Oh, no.
No.
That was the wrong one. Hold on.
Boy.
Let me plug this one back in
Okay,
and then try to slide this. Do you have a fork or something? I'm going to stick it in this.
I don't carry a fork with me.
Oh, there,
that
worked.
Okay.
Yeah, that worked. Still no sound. I think I zapped it.
That's okay.
I saw sparks. That's normal though, right?
Not Super High Roller Bowl Europe, brought to you in part by StormX, PokerGo's exclusive cryptocurrency partner. Jason Coon has 3 Super High Roller Bowl cashes on his resume.
And here is Omaha for rolls. Yeah. This kid is an absolute high stakes phenom. He is going to go with it. Uncertain what the cards are at the moment. Of course, I've probably pulled that wire as well. Here we go.
It's the ace-jack, the 3-bet shove after Coon opened with the ace-4 suited. Boitas finished in second in the first Triton event of this series, and then second in the first Super High Roller Series event. Paul with 7s again.
He loves this hand. Every
Shove
time he gets
20
7s,
bigs.
Just rip it in, Paul. Just put it in. He's going to get out of the way.
Coon says send the pot his way. It pains these guys to fold the ace-4 suiteds, ace-5 suiteds of the world, right?
It pains these guys to fold.
Yeah, that's
Jeff.
true.
You know, no one ever. You don't want to fold.
Laszlo chips up a little bit at about 200K. Starting stack for this one, 250,000. 32 entries, creating a prize pool of $8 million. 3.2 million up top, paying 5 spots.
I believe we're going to play right down to it today, Jeff. All of day 2 coverage. Uncertain if we stop at 7, uncertain if it's 6. Maybe we get all the way to the money. We're just going to sit back and enjoy the ride.
And hopefully you aren't stuck just listening to the two of us. We can let you listen in on the table action.
Yeah, I'm still working on these wires. There's a lot of wires in here. I'm not even sure this one goes to the show. I don't know. Maybe I should just pour a little water on this.
Paul opens with the king 7 off.
I think it's the battery packs, Jeff.
Yeah.
Let's just give them more batteries.
Coon defends out of the big blind.
Yeah, Hope Jones. Try left,
Oh,
right,
boy,
right,
you did
up,
it
down,
again.
up, down, BA, start. Well, that didn't work,
That
Hope
didn't
Jones.
work, Hope.
I'm clicking all these things exactly how you told me.
It didn't work.
And now I'm seeing the
Okay,
rainbow screen.
I don't know if black or rainbow is better.
There's got to be something else I can try. That worked.
Hey!
All right, here we go. Now we've got action.
Yes, we do. As Coon has flopped a pair, a gutter, a backdoor flush draw. Pause flop top pair.
Of course, it's
along
a
with
7.
The backdoor flush draw, yes. And he'll bet 20,000.
A tough spot for Coon, but we simply just come with the check call. Nothing we can really do here.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
Coon just hoping to see a free little river. Paul, he's scoping things out. He may feel that that 7 is good. Coon can have a lot of these types of holdings, right? Middle pair, gut shots. Could certainly have some sort of club draw as well. Gonna bet, deny some equity. What sort of sizing, Paul? How about 35,000? This is pretty by Pois. The only thing I'm upset about right now, audio, is we're not going to hear the Paul Pois cackle.
I know.
He's going to laugh right in Coon's face if he gets him to fold here. Maybe you could fill it in, Jeff. I know you've got that in you.
I couldn't pull it off, I don't think. It's so unique to him. Coon, the check raise on the turn to 125,000. Getting a little spicy.
This is spicy. 8-6.
The video
of
feed
course,
agrees.
Would be
Couldn't handle
the
it.
nuts. He's got an 8 in his hand. He has outs. Coon just looking to put a 7 in a very terrible spot. He's done just that. Will this work against Pois?
Pois now in such a tricky spot.
And he just got all these chips. You know that sort of thing runs through players' mind. Like, I just want a huge coin flip for all of it. This guy, Coon, trying to give me the business. I'm going to give it right back. Makes the call, Jeff.
River card. It's another 4. 334K in the pot. Coon with 206K behind.
Neither player should have a 4 here. Certainly Coon would not. If he blasts off for his final 200,000 and change, effectively turning this 5 into a bluff. Right now, I think Coon knows. Yeah, he's up against simply a better hand. Perhaps he thinks that Pois could have missed clubs. This would be a sick value bet by Paul Pois if he does pull the trigger.
Does check back. Will show down the winner. More chips. Paul Pois looking for his first ever super high roller bowl cash. Almost $22 million in career live tournament earnings.
Hey, Aiden, can you hear me on this?
And we can see Pois laughing.
We should remove the Ivy thing because he's never going to be at the table. Was never going to be there. People are kind of annoyed at that in the chat. Oh, is it in the description? Yes, it says your most prestigious high roller poker tournament with Phil Ivy. Phil Ivy's not even going to be a part of the show. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, dude.
King 4 spades for Adamo. What a run he has been on over the last year or so. The most notable stretch from September to November of 2021, where he has a first, a second, a first, a third, a first, and a first. How about that? Decent.
Absolute outlier. Adamo.
Won the 50K and the 100K at the Poker Masters. Followed that up with a win at Super High Roller Bowl 6. Coon with ace-high spades. Then Adamo won 2 bracelets alongside a 15K high roller at Aria, the 50K WSOP high roller, and the 100K. Coon will call out of the small blind. Laszlo with the queen 6 off. Out of the way.
I think Adamo just got a quick little count. How much exactly, Coon? 190. All right. I'm Adamo, the Adominator. I've got 1.2. I'm going to open just about everything.
7 deuce 4 1 spade. Couple backdoor draws for Coon. Adamo with the pair of fours. Has that no good backdoor flush draw.
I think he's questioning what sorts of holdings would Coon be flatting from the small blind. Obviously, we can see it's the ace-6 of spades. What about hands like king-jack suited, king-jack off, king-queen off? Perhaps a little too steep for Coon to consider shoving pre. Would have elected to have flatted those hands. Uncertain, maybe king-queen is all in pre. I don't know, Jeff, exactly how Coon would proceed, but we'll get back to this in just a moment. I've clearly screwed up again.
Do apologize for the technical difficulties. Kind of a rough start, but we'll figure it out. Other than the sound and video, though.
Well, listen, other than the majority of the broadcast, this has been stellar.
It's been great.
Yeah.
Probably have to redo some of this in post. As Coon has check raised here out of the small blind.
Maybe we could just ask the guys to stop coverage until we fix it. I think the players would agree, or no? Yeah, this is tricky. Coon, with all those back doors you mentioned, Jeff. Would he do this with over pairs as well, setting the trap?
Time bank used by Adamo for an additional 30 seconds to act.
What is Vickers saying?
Adamo calls. Oh, 3 of spades on the turn.
Let's finish this hand, and then let's have Jeff prompt and say that we're going to cut to slate and get these issues fixed, and then we'll be back.
Coon with 135K behind.
Run highlights.
158K in the pot. Okay, so when this hand is done, I'll just toss to highlights.
Absolute dream ticket for Coon, at least in his mind. I
All
think
of it.
Slightly unlucky to be up against a 4 and spades as well.
As Adamo snap calls. And here we go, Jason Coon, the one all in and at risk. With the flush draw, with the straight draw, could have hit an ace or a 6, and I think it was the queen of clubs on the river.
Queen of clubs,
and
Coon's
Jason
out of here.
Coon's
He's
day
done.
is done.
Wow.
Eliminated from Super High Roller Bowl Europe. This is a good time for us to do a little reset.
Yeah.
To fix everything. We'll try to sort out the technical difficulties, and we'll be back soon. Thank you so much for sticking with us. You're watching Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
PokerGO, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Or
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on PokerGO. Card game in progress. Heads
True.
up for
Thank you,
I don't
Ollie.
know, 3.6
Appreciate
million
it.
and
See?
change. No, it's in
Now you're
between
learning.
hands. We're okay. Queen deuce offsuit for Alex. Just shy of 4 million to 7 million.
150 declared, yeah. Haxton with a nice one, king 6 suited in there fighting, of course.
And unlike three-handed and up, one really doesn't have the luxury of exercising too much patience in heads-up poker.
That's exactly right, Ollie. The expression, the blinds are coming around really
Right.
on full display. Heads up, every hand, throwing chips in.
Haxton flops himself a king-high flush draw here.
He certainly does. A nice flop for Ike, to say the least.
Checks the best hand. And looks up at a c-bet.
Foxen with queen high, queen of diamonds. C-betting indeed. Why not? And Haxton, I believe, will call, but let's see. Raising is possible. I think Ike will be sprinkling in probably a little more of the fringe raising in the cash game variety of heads up where we can rebuy when disaster strikes, and that sweet 3 of diamonds will do it for this hand. Does Foxen have a plan, or will a diamond roll off on the end, which would really spell trouble for him?
Well,
let's see.
Really no equity on the flop. He suddenly has what he perceives to be some value to this queen deuce with the prospects of a queen high diamond.
True, and we do bully the straight draws and some of the 8x no diamonds sometimes, but Ike did come along on the 8-10 ace 2 diamonds facing a c-bet, so we have to be concerned. He does fire again, Ali, and well, a welcome sight for Mr. Haxton, to say the least. Let's see if he goes with the slow play or tries to boost it up and win this thing right now. As we see, the queen Dewey won't
Misses so
be
much hand
cooperating,
heads
but
up.
right.
Nick. I favor the flat, and then maybe we lead the river.
You're a very sneaky player, Ali. You're always favoring the flat and the slow play.
That's just
Haxton agrees with you, though, so great
my
minds
devious
think alike.
nature, you know
right,
me.
right.
And the 6 on the end.
Foxen stone cold empty, and if Haxton checks it over to him, which would be very standard given the way this one is played, will Alex go for it? We shall see. Just queen high.
Remember, Foxen raised the button, barreled 235 on the flop, and then 515 on the turn after successive checks from Haxton.
He's definitely told a story he may continue to tell, but
10 seconds.
as we see, it's not going to go his way if he does.
1.4 million.
1.4 million announced, and
Incinerated.
Haxton internally salivating. Yes, 1.4 million announced and incinerated, and poor timing for Mr. Foxen happens. A world of hurt coming his way shortly.
There's that burning smell in your living room.
Right. Haxton may balance things and go time bank. But let's see.
All in.
Yeah.
And Alex doesn't get cute. Just
No,
pitches it.
just insta-mucks. And you're going to have to bluff if you want to play heads up, no limit. Foxen tried, and not this time. Great
By the
run
way,
out
that-
for Haxton, and he's running away with this thing right now, Ali.
At 1.4 million on the river, almost half of Alex's remaining stack.
Yeah. Finds himself in the spin zone just like that. A pretty quick ascent for Haxton to start things off.
Runaway
Just like
train.
that, primed and ready. With the win, look at that. Moves into 13th on the all-time money list. And we touched on it before, but doesn't even really focus on tournaments. Not to say that he hasn't played tournaments for quite a long time. I've seen him at the World Series over the last 10 some odd years, high rollers, what have you. But he doesn't focus on them as much as some others. Very impressive stuff. I know the high roller community does breed these gigantic prizes, and there's some great players out there not playing these stakes. But 13th all-time is 13th all-time, and he's only 33. Makes no qualms about being a professional poker player. Never announced his retirement. Never moved on. He's here. Does some other things, but, you know, he's Ike Haxton. Limps in with the king 3, Foxen with the queen 6 of diamonds. Asking himself why he didn't have that last hand. Would have been no good, but checks.
And for Foxen, going to be important. Not that it's something he's incapable of, but to just take a breath. It's all right.
I think he is, Ali. And you're absolutely right. You must keep it together emotionally. And I just find it hard-pressed to believe he's had the results he's had without doing that.
Certainly.
Have to take that breath and shrug it off, for sure.
But one wonders with respect to those results, how many of them have involved a start to heads-up play like the one he's experiencing here and now? How many of them have involved this buy-in, this first-place prize? Fewer
I think
and further
none.
between.
Yeah, I think it's his first super high roller bowl. And if he falls to Haxton, as we see, turns best hand here with the sixes, sometimes we don't have too much of a chance to discuss it when the play ends because we cut down interviews and that's all she wrote. But what a year for Mr. Alex Foxen, and he just burst onto the scene in a major way. An understatement. But he's really here, Ali. One of the best no-limit tournament players in the world. He announced that this year to everybody who's paying attention, and it's a pretty big community globally.
Check, check on the flop. Check, check on the
hunt for
turn.
a little
Board
value
pairs.
from Jackson 5s, Jackson 4s, King High that's stubborn, I don't know, a little dicey. This queen kicker does not play. See what Foxen comes with.
And heads-up play in
We're
particular,
happy to
Nick,
bluff catch with this one.
calls upon the art of thin value.
It does, and Foxen agrees with you, Ali.
130.
And you look at Ike instantly asking
Absolutely,
how much with
a
King High.
heads-up player fully aware of the thin value kind of situation and why those pursuits are justified, because quite hard to make a hand.
Love the
Heads up, Ali.
sizing, by the way.
Yeah.
This is really on the upper boundary of what one might expect gets paid off. But to Ike with the discipline laydown.
Yes. Discipline lay down in a post hand, kind of re-pursuit by glaring over at Fox and wondering what's what. A lot of people don't realize with Haxton, good guy, nice guy, integrity, and also just a stone-cold killer. Can be a little bit deceptive sometimes. You can sort of come sneakily as we see the year of the Fox. And 5 wins, Ali. That's unreal. 24th recorded live tournament cash, 4.4 million in earnings, and #1 on the Global Poker Index. So bravo, salute. Incredible stuff from Foxen. Year of the Foxen, indeed.
Yep.
And what a feather in the cap of a tremendous year, this 2018 Super High Roller Bowl. 5 heads up. Strong.
I don't know if they make a stocking big enough to stuff all that cash in.
Right. Does limp in. Again with that gigantic ante sitting out there. Players will VPIP an awful high amount from the button, and Haxton
Rags on
knuckles with
rags.
Queen 3.
Flops himself middle pair on the
Yep.
ace-high board. Dust for Alex.
Checks. Foxen does the same.
Turn card. Jack. Now Alex drawing dead.
Some stuff we wouldn't mind building a pot against for an Ike seat with the queens. Checks, though, the ever sneaky Ike Haxton, and will he extract a little drawing dead money from Foxen? See in a second. Ike Haxton is a sneaky player, Ollie.
Checking again. Looking to induce the bet from Foxen and has succeeded in extracting 75,000 in
And a
draw
glass
dead money.
half full approach by me, wanting to just lead and charge stuff. Haxton not losing sight of the grand scope of things, beautifully inducing this 75 dimes. And as we see, he has his opponent drawing dead, something he's very familiar with in heads-up poker. Sometimes on a 9, queen, ace, jack, even just with middle pair, your opponent has no paths to victory in the form of the 6 deuce, 4 5s of the world, etc. Haxton knows it, and see if Foxen goes bombs away on this river, or just waves a white flag, flicks the button over to Ike, and tries to make something happen next hand.
Alex is a guy that wants to contest for every pot when given the opportunity, but perhaps he'll be relieved of that duty.
Not too much to do with the 6 deuce here, yeah. Rough start for him, obviously.
So Haxton, heck of a 2018 he's had, by the way.
We got to watch him win the Super High Roller Bowl, the 1 drop.
And remember the Macau super high
Pretty
roller
sure
bowl as well.
went out to Asia, won another super high roller bowl. I believe he won the heads up, the 10K heads up at the World Series too. I think he just went ahead and took that one down. It's either this year or last year because they can sort of blend into each other. But yeah, just a kind of
All in. All in.
as we see Foxen jamming with the suited ace will do it. Just a kind of year that you don't really see, but a kind of year we need in poker because it creates that magic that it's possible to be so skilled. You can just dominate in this fashion. And the thing about the creation of that magic is it might very well be the case to a certain extent, as we see Foxen's girlfriend, Kristen Bicknell,
How about
nervously
2.3
peering
million?
on. She's a great player, Holly. It's known.
And you just can sense that every bit of the pressure that Alex is feeling out there on the felt, Kristen has a deep appreciation for, having been in that hot seat herself.
Of course.
And certainly dismayed to see the way that this heads-up battle has taken shape thus far, but channeling every bit of her energy.
Dismayed, but we're still celebrating tonight if we're Team Foxen. If he doesn't wind up making the comeback. He still very well might. If you have chips, you're always in the hunt to win the tournament. That goes without saying. It's Haxton flops, middle pair, Foxen bottom pair. And
medium-sized piece versus small piece here.
Right.
Ike again with the better of it.
Foxen with an understandable stab and a continue forthright.
Haxton check calling 60 dimes. Pot up to 300K. Fourth heart on the turn will be a freezer. No flush for either player.
Wow.
Foxen checks back. Now, I
Foxen
thought
hit one of his possible outs on the turn, in a sense, to have a road to this one, but does knuckle it back. Understandable.
Got shot straight draw,
Funny
right?
thing. And the four hearts to represent, and all of a sudden, the sevens would have had a hard time continuing, but it's so easy to do whatever you want from the booth when you see all the cards. And with kings and sevens, let's see after Foxen checks back. Is Haxton considering value pursuits? No. And Alex might be very well served to do the same. Hope these kings and threes are good. They can be sometimes, but not this time. Let's see. Does check it, he'll see the bad news, and Haxton continually trending upwards in this heads-up match, Ali, for the title so far.
And even if it's small pot after small pot, which it hasn't been,
right?
There is something demoralizing about seeing chips perpetually move away
sure,
from you.
Of course, such a small sample size, only a dozen some odd hands, but indeed the chips have vacuumed over from Foxen towards Haxton, and it goes without saying he's primed and ready to be our super high roller bowl 5 champion. There it is, 88% of the chips in play. All tournament players have lost tournaments heads up where they've had this situation. Very painful. I've been on the wrong end of that.
It's like you're an empty chair.
I know. I know. I had the big chip lead on Galfond in one of the World Series events, the No Limit Deuce, and yeah, he made his charge. And to the showers I went. Foxen hoping to do the same. King Jack for Haxton, Ace 8 for Foxen. A lot of hand heads up at this stack depth. Might it be going in, Ali? Haxton with the slippery limp, and if Foxen shoots it up, which he almost for sure will, an application of aggression from Haxton seems utterly standard. And it could be going in right here, Ali, because Ace 8 suited is a hell of a hand as well. 20 some odd bigs heads up.
Some of it's going in. 225,000 to be specific.
A limp jam from Ike would make a lot of sense with this hand. Again, heads up. King Jack. Pre-under-repped. He'll be limping in with a lot of trash, especially with that big blind hand. He does go all in, Ali, and I think Foxen will be calling.
He did indeed.
And here it is, Foxen with the best hand. 60-40 to retain life in this super high roller bowl, Ali. Here we go.
Can he get a spin? Taking the best of it. 3-2 favorite. Ace-8 of diamonds against King-Jack off as Haxton limped the button. Foxen raised it, and then Haxton shoved. A snapper from Alex, who is ready.
Of course. Here we go.
Here comes the flop. Ace, Queen, 6, looking good for Alex Foxen. All clubs, neither player with a flush draw. Haxton does, however, have a Broadway draw.
That's right. 10 hunting. Backdoor trippies. 2 pair, but Foxen comfortably in the lead. About 4-1.
See the percentages. An overwhelming favorite.
Outs, Ali.
Oh, yeah.
Outs
the King of Hearts on the turn.
Still 4-1. Haxton 10, Jack, King hunt him for the title, and Foxen hoping to keep it clean. Here we go, Ali.
Only 9 whammies in the deck, everything else, and Foxen will double. 2.6 million in the middle. If Ike improves, he wins it.
Nice split screen there, both watching on intently. Here it is, Ali.
So
River
much
coming.
riding on this card. The river.
Bang,
it's a
there
jack.
it is.
Runner, runner, 2 pair.
A little
for Ike
anticlimactic
Haxton.
to win it with the worst hand pre, but
Thanks. You too.
what a deserving victor. Ike Haxton, bravo. One of the best ever.
There he is. Your Super High Roller Bowl 5 champion.
Take that
Isaac
swig of the
Haxton.
panna, buddy. You've earned it.
And
We see the graphic right there.
Alex Foxen, somewhat shell-shocked.
Well done. Applause from the booth here.
3.672 million. And you see Alex.
And a tremendous run for Mr. Fox, and we've touched on it a million times thus far. What a year, what a tournament. And 2.16 million, Ali, not too bad.
Not at all, but when
At
you're
all.
as competitive and driven as a guy
You're
like
right.
Alex Foxen is, you can
You are
just
not
feel
wrong.
the disappointment.
Indeed. Ike texting the good news to the boys right now.
Congratulations, Ike. You are the Super High Roller Bowl 5 champion. Now, Alex, for the first time playing in the Super High Roller, this is a great showing, and you've had such an incredible year. So how does this finish stack up against your other accomplishments?
I mean, this tournament's definitely special. Really excited to get the chance to play at this final table, and really fortunate to make it this deep. Obviously, it always hurts to lose heads up, but couldn't be happier. Well, could. But.
Good run. Thank you. Now, Ike, I know you probably brought a wheelbarrow for that over $3.6 million first place prize you're going to take home, but how about you try this custom-made Super High Roller Bowl Championship ring on?
Which finger does
And
it go on? Is it
whichever one
maybe
fits.
Pinky?
There it is, Ike. Yeah. Get it sized for the
Now,
pinky,
Ike,
baby.
you've been competing at the top levels for over a decade. So tell me, does this feel like maybe a legacy-defining win since this is your biggest career win to date?
Oh yeah, I mean this feels great. This is by a lot my biggest score ever, and especially my biggest win ever. I've kind of had a career with a lot of second place finishes, so it definitely feels good to finally close one out in a big one like this.
Well, what do you think it's going to take for you to continue to stay at the top for another decade?
I don't know. Let's hope I find out over the next decade. I don't know.
Congratulations again. Thanks to you both, and thanks to you guys for tuning in to Super High Roller Bowl 5.
PokerGO, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
The river to heart!
Cash games. Oh, she showed it! Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on PokerGO.
Just flat, let's see 3. No reason to put in a 3-bet or get yourself in a rather unfortunate all-in and a call situation.
Flops a flush draw here. Chan's ace-9 is best for now, but Divorce the favorite in this hand.
Again, I expect Divorce with the nut flush draw just to come along for the ride. Chan should and could certainly have a king, a queen, value betting. At best, you're flipping.
He does indeed just call. Another king on the turn. Divorce checks. Chan checks back. 3 of hearts on the river. Divorce buries it.
And there it is. And Chan now, we assume that Divorce likely to bet the nut flush. Chan decision time on this river with ace high. What sort of bluffs can we potentially pick off? We don't suspect Divorce to be value betting a 7. Oh, look at this, he is going to check the nut flush, so this likely to let him off the hook. Ace-9 should have some showdown value. If we are betting for Chan, what are we trying to get to fold? It would have to be exactly a 7. Unlikely a queen would ever fold.
Yeah, he does check back.
There you have it.
Divorce was ready to spring the trap.
Oh, yeah. And Chan recognizing awfully thin, right? I mean, what are we repping? Maybe a thin bet designed to look like a queen, betting for value. Live to fight another day, see another hand. Further extending that chip lead now for Daniel Divorce. As Timothy Adams let us know, that is Mr. Toesies to us. A couple premiums here, 6 deuce and 7 deuce.
Divorce wants in with it, though. He's playing every button. Here comes Divorce with just 6 high. That'll get the job done.
Yeah, a little sneeze and take.
Yeah, Chan under 20 bigs now. It's there for the taking for Daniel Divorce. Already has the biggest cash of his career. Looking for his first major victory.
And not the biggest cash for Wai-Long Chan.
Not yet.
$3.2 million, his largest score, and that was for a second place finish in a Triton Series event, 2018. The Milkman, Mikita Badzakuski, won that. Richard Young in 3rd. The Tickler, Sam Greenwood in 4th, and Jason Coon in 5th place.
Nobody would take it. It's fine.
Diamonds all around here. Chan limps in with the Jack 3 of diamonds.
mentioned this guy, Daniel DeVoris, that 29 cashes have occurred in 25K plus buy-in events. That's 88% of his career total earnings. How about this stat for Chan? 16 cashes in 25K plus buy-in events, good for 8.8 million. That is 98% of his career earnings. All he plays are high rollers, with the exception of his lone win on his resume, which, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, that lone win happened in an
APT event in
Manila.
And that win
good
was
for $7,000.
Yeah.
So his one win on his resume is good for $7,000. 98% of all of his cashes have happened in 25K plus events. I don't know what.
That's a wild one.
Perhaps he won a lottery of sorts, rode the crypto train all the way to Gravyland. My goodness. Just crushing poker. Immediately hopping in the 25K streets and annihilating.
Yeah, it was about a $200 buy-in that he played in Manila.
$200.
Yeah, took it down, got his
2011 for $7,300 bucks, his only title.
Started playing high rollers in 2016. Finished 7th at the Triton main event in the Philippines for $245K.
And he's been all in ever since, just blasting off in these high rollers and crushing. What a hero.
Forces 10 high is good here.
This Chan just feel inclined to have to bet here or something. And could DeVoris consider looking him up with 10 high? He very well might. Would he value bet a 3 or a deuce? Maybe. Certainly a queen and a king.
Does indeed lay it down.
Nice little pot there for Chan.
Daniel DeVoris, Wylong Chan heads up for the title of Super High Roller Bowl Bahamas. More than $4 million.
Oh.
Chan limps in, DeVoris looks down at an ace.
All in?
All of it. Chan will fold.
First time we have seen this dynamic. Jumping all over the limp by Chan. DeVoris looks at a dusty ace, good enough, move it all in, apply pressure, continue to accumulate. Almost feels like we're just sort of moments away from an inevitable collision as this structure has caught up to these stack sizes. Chan under 20 big blinds now. Not necessarily the danger zone, but certainly alarms going off.
Divorce limps in with the queen deuce diamonds. Chan checks.
And you can see with 300,000 chips in the middle, every single pot, that big blind ante so critical.
Yeah.
When you're short, Divorce can simply just continue to lean on Chan and pick up 300K at a pop.
9-ball for Chan on this flop. Divorce with the gut shot. Goes check, check. Another king on the turn.
I see a little value bet here with 9s, and Divorce unlikely to go anywhere with queen high. He knows that Chan should be stabbing with air in an attempt to pick up these all meaningful pots. Queen high can very well be the best hand, and it obviously has some equity.
Does make the call.
How about that?
Does river a queen.
I don't think Chan really has any choice, really, but to check. Maybe a blocker bet, throw out the minimum. He looks very uneasy. His whole disposition has changed, shifted ever so slightly, and Divorce could consider value betting a queen, getting called by a 10, a 9. 660,000 chips in the middle. Would be happy to just pull that back and continue to just lean and lean and lean on your opponent.
I'll check down and show the winner. Daniel Divorce.
All right, gentlemen, one more hand, and it's a color up, and then I won't start the break till the race off's done, so you'll get to the hand.
You heard the voice of tournament director Paul Campbell. He says one more hand. Then we're going to take a color up break.
There we go.
We'll get rid of those purple 5K chips. Our players will go off on about a 10-minute break. Take a look at the chip counts. Daniel Divorce, a commanding chip lead. Can he get the job done? Weilong Chan, the short stack, about 1.7 million in chips.
Anything can happen, Jeff.
That
The
much
tournament
is true.
situation, we've seen it so many times.
The blinds have gone up. 75K, 150,000 with a 150K big blind ante. See Divorce approaching a 9-to-1 chip advantage.
I mentioned before break that Chan wasn't quite in the danger zone. Well, we have reached that level.
This qualifies.
Roughly 10 big blinds. It is time to spin it up, and he needs to make it happen fast. You can see how much money is in the middle every single hand.
Divorce limping in with the 8-4. Both players looking for their first major title. Divorce flops top pair. Chan has the queen of clubs, backdoor flush draw. Chan will check.
Happy to bet here with top pair.
Welcome back to day 2 coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks in the broadcast booth. 14 players are left, and Brent, just like that, we are down to 2 tables.
Well, that didn't take long,
Really
Jeff.
didn't.
Huh? Look at this. A little outer coverage.
Yeah,
Love
table
this.
2, Laszlo, Kerry Katz, Paul Poix, Jake Schindler. Move to our featured table. Find quite the lineup here. 2 Mulder with more than 1.4 million in chips. Michael Adamo The reigning, defending Super High Roller Bowl champion is right there. Liam Shurovich with more than 660K. Sam Greenwood, Christoph Vogelsang, Kiat Lee, and Timothy Adams. That would be two-time Super High Roller Bowl winner Timothy Adams in the mix at our feature table.
Got the Prince of Poultry right there, square in the center,
Yes,
Mr.
we
Adams.
do.
A little sandwich.
Go back
Ali,
to the hotel room.
Adamo surrounding him. How about Sam Greenwood? Same sweatshirt he wore yesterday, finishing runner-up. It's a tribute to his father. That was his dad's, who passed away recently. Perhaps a lucky sweatshirt.
Maybe, indeed.
No breaks, no nothing.
And we are still trying to get you the player audio.
There we go.
How about that, huh?
Well, you got to time it well. We're like playing it out, you know?
Yeah. Drink
That's
no
like
water.
the chess games, right? Where people just like sit there forever and don't.
I think they should do when they do like tag team events. They should make it so there's no break.
Yeah,
They do that.
Because then you're forced to like really show up with a friend, right?
Yeah.
You can't, like, on the other hand,
There are
people
no
say,
breaks
like,
in the tag team event. We would know. We went
World
very
Series
deep
tag team, there's no breaks.
at the World Series tag team event. Don't mean to brag.
Played the tag team ever?
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, I've played it with a non-professional player. And
Oh,
it's
nice.
really fun.
Yeah.
That's even more fun.
She's like, where I want you. She's like, before was Trident, now there's nothing on Trident. It's like, it changed. Like, it's fun.
Right.
How about your friends?
They can let you in on the
really
new excitement, you know?
Ask your watcher, yeah.
Brent and I finished 27th at the World Series tag team event. Better than any of these fools.
Who busted us, Jeff? Was it me or you?
More like they have no idea.
It was me.
Like,
Oh.
they don't.
I just want to see the puck ship my way.
Right.
Two Mulder, more than 1.4 million in chips.
What a pile for Mulder.
4,000, 8,000, 8,000 big blind.
Danny Tang is here. We had Kiat Lee listed in the leaderboard, and like, who is Kiat Lee? Danny Tang is at our feature table. There we go. So we take a look at this leaderboard coming to you from the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Northern Cyprus. StormX, a presenting sponsor of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. What a tear Liam Shurovich has been on, huh?
At multiple final tables on this trip. He, Jason Coon, and of course Phil Ivey. Danny Tang, I believe, also has 5 final tables. And here's the hat. I was wondering what happened to Vogelsang's little ball cap. Uncertain what is on the hat, but maybe we'll find out today, Jeff.
Adamo with 6s. 4K, 8K with an 8K big blind ante. Purple chips worth 1K. Blue chips 5K apiece. Those whites are worth 25K each.
Bring it, Adamo. 1.4 million in that stack. What a pile.
Greenwood, Jack 10 in the small one. Ali with the ace-9 of diamonds. The current leader, the 2022 PGT. 4 wins in 2022. About $2.9 million in earnings. Defense. We'll see a flop of 7-3-3, no diamond.
And Adamo's image often earns him extra value on later streets when he does have these sorts of holdings, right? We can see the 6s well out in front of Ali's ace high. And Ali has the sort of hand where maybe he doesn't want to quite give up, assuming that Adamo does continue, which is about to be incoming.
Go small, 11K on third
And
board.
there's no diamond on the flop, so Ali doesn't have anything backdoor-wise, but again, ace-9 high, it's a pretty good hand. You would assume that Adamo would be continuing with much worse.
Ali does check call. 5 on the turn. Adamo adds the gutter.
And a nice ticket for Adamo We can certainly be a little bit worried that Ali has some sort of 7, maybe even a 3, although I think Trips would probably be looking to check raise on that sort of texture. 2 clubs. Gut shots, Ali would be check raising various hands that would not include a 3.
46.
Yeah, there we go. We size it up.
Quick fold by Amshurovich. With that pot, do believe Michael Adamo is the chip leader at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Adamo won Super High Roller Bowl 6 in Vegas back in late September for more than $3.4 million. There's $3.2 million up top today at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Day 2 coverage. Playing down to our final table. Might play down to 6 or 7. Might just play down to the money. Top 5. Earn at least $560,000. Greenwood, Queen 10 on the button. Tim Adams with the King 9.
We saw Greenwood and Adams battle yesterday. Again, colliding here at our feature table, day 2, Super High Roller Bowl Europe. A couple of Canadians. We don't see the Canadians too often, Jeff, due to the tax implications in the United States. So these European trips, they will flock and gather.
Ace 7, 2 diamonds.
And the power of King High. Adams understanding that we can certainly be ahead with plenty of holdings. Greenwood clearly just Queen 10. Does have that 10 of diamonds. These guys like to fight and scrap for pots.
Adams does check call. 3 of hearts on the turn. Quick check again by Adams. Another fire by Greenwood this time.
55.
Sizing up, making it 55,000.
Remarkably effective. Max pressure now on Adams. Greenwood understanding that Adams will absolutely come along for the ride on various flops with a variety of holdings. It's like a game of chicken. It really is. Who's the first to duck out of the way? Who simply will not be removed? Greenwood there.
Gets it done with Queen High to move up to more than 600,000 in chips. Sam Greenwood has 1 Super High Roller Bowl cash on his resume. The online event back in 2020, he finished 7th. Brent said it, coming off a 2nd place finish at the 50K at Super High Roller Series Europe.
1065. What? 1065. No, because of huh? Because I got a big number. Oh, cool.
Rudy in the chat. Did anyone fire a second bullet Crazy to think there's only 32 players in the world who would play this event. I'm uncertain. I think we may have had one re-entry, maybe two. We know there was only one at the start of the day that hopped in the field.
Registration was still open going into day 2, but just drew one more. Greenwood opens here with the 7-6 of diamonds. It's Adams, the King 10 of hearts. About 35 bigs. Makes the call.
The Dominator. A quick count of Adam's stack. Trying to understand what sorts of hands he can be calling with out of the small blind given that stack size.
Once in there with the 6-4 off.
Oh, yeah. Rolling down the street with my 6-4.
Okay. Ace-Jack 8, 2 diamonds, 1 heart. Adams with 3 to the royal. Greenwood the flush draw.
That's sort of guaranteed action here, Jeff. 3 to the royal for Adams out of the small blind. And, of course, those diamonds you mentioned for Greenwood. And it's a good spot, I think, for Greenwood to want to consider continuing on this sort of texture. Comes ace-jack high, and you just have a 7-high flush draw. Build a pot, and he can absolutely have all of the aces. Unlikely that Adams has many, right? Just calling out of the small blind. It seems like ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king would all be 3-betting. Could it be the ace-x smaller sorts of holdings? Yeah, we saw that from Coon earlier.
Adams makes the call. Adamo out of the way. Turn brings another jack.
That's a tricky ticket now for Greenwood. Adams can have all of the jacks here. Both players clearly understanding that dynamic. What will Adams do now? Oftentimes when these boards pair, you'll see various leads trying to represent. I think he would do it if he had a jack. I think he would lead here if he had some sort of ace-x that we discussed. Perhaps now we include it with just our Broadway draw.
Adams using a time bank for an additional 30 seconds to act.
These spots are very effective. Remain balanced and mixed. Again, you do it with the top of your range with trips. And you can do it with hands such as King 10 here in this spot. There it is. There's the bet.
Lead by Adams on the turn for 60,000. Seven, 6 of diamonds goes into the muck. A nice pickup for Adams, the winner of Super High Rollerball Australia, of Super High Rollerball Russia. Almost went back to back to back in live Super High Rollerballs. Finished in 4th at this very event last year. Super High Rollerball Europe.
He is an outstanding player, the prince of poultry. He feasts on chicken for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I know, it's
Yesterday, he feasted on Jason Coon. He ran one of the sickest bluffs, perhaps that I've ever covered. Barrel with just 3 high against the great Jason Coon, forcing a fold on the river. Jeff, 3 high was not the best hand.
Where it was not the best hand. Interesting.
Did you catch that yesterday?
No, I
Did
didn't
you
watch
see
any
it?
of y'all's work.
Yeah, you were. I could see.
I got tuned in plenty,
No, you've
but I
got
missed that.
your complexion. You look. Have you been spending time outdoors? Have you been working on the tan during your days off?
Trying to get a little bit of sun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a lot of days off.
Just the main event for you, huh,
Just
buddy?
the main event guy is what they call me. Yep.
Platinum plat.
Yep. Yep. Greenwood opens here with the ace-jack suited. Tim Adams.
Award-winning.
It's the ace queen in diamonds. Yep. Don't mean to brag, but that is true. I did win a Global Poker Award.
You just sent David Tuckman right to the curb, huh? Kicked him right out.
Kicked him out. I'm closing. I'm closing here. Bringing the closer. He was Kershaw. Pitched the perfect game.
Yeah.
Adamo is sevens here.
I love this flat by Adams. I think very underwrapped. You would think and assume that ace-queen suited would be a 3-bet. You can see that he also keeps these sorts of hands in the wheelhouse for simply just flatting in position. Wow, just give everybody some tickets. Let's all go to Six Flags. Let's all go on the roller coaster together.
And which is rare nowadays. We are four-handed to this flop.
Make it a party.
You, 3 times. 3 times I tried to steal your small blind, your button, your big blind.
King, Jack, 3, 1 heart, 1 diamond. It's 3 to the royal for both Greenwood and Adams, while Greenwood flops the pair of jacks.
Greenwood question, can anyone have a king? It'd most likely be Adams in this spot. Hands like king-queen. Maybe we can eliminate some of the king-jack combos as we have ace-jack.
Firing 25K.
And Adams sort of in the same spot, wondering, all right, we're 4 ways. What is this guy betting with? Ace-queen is in my hand. Could he have connected? Certainly, I would not consider folding. You've got 3 to the royal. You've got a gutter to the nuts.
Does make the call. We'll see Adamo and Vogel saying remove themselves from consideration.
You always turn the set, though, right, Jeff? We know what's coming here. No.
Nope. Greenwood, though, does turn trip jacks. 126,000 in the pot.
Just a beautiful turn for Greenwood. Even if we were at all concerned about Adams having a king, we just get there.
$65.
Goes about half pot with a 65,000 chip bet.
I think for Adams, it's maybe not that much of a decision. Could Greenwood have backdoor clubs that he'd be barreling twice? Yes. Other than that, it looks like a lot of jacks. Unlikely now to be a king. Wouldn't make sense to bet it twice.
These guys don't care. They want to stay. They like to battle. I want to navigate.
There goes 2 Mulder. So we balance our 2 remaining tables.
Are we not drawing?
Over there. You move over there.
Yeah, but like
This day has moved quickly.
You guys don't draw?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Well, that was a waste of time. Give me Queen of Diamonds anyway.
I was wondering why you asked for Queen of Diamonds.
Oh. Then I definitely need Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah, you need. You're gonna have maybe a defending hand.
How much you have, by the way, Danny? It's like
400.
King Jack for Adamo.
Jeff, would you mind calling him the Adominator every single time?
Every single time, yeah, I would mind. But I do like the nickname, the Adominator.
What about the Dangerous Dingo?
That's good, too. What about the Tractor, Christoph Vogelsang, with the ace-6 of spades, revving it up.
Rev it up, Jeff. That Tractor, full throttle, right down the middle of the field, just plowing. Of course, we know Vogelsang grew up on a farm in Germany. He may still live on a farm now. I would guess he at least has a garden. Nickname still fits. It works. I can just picture him. A little wife-beater shirt on, some suspenders, little overalls, straw hat.
Yep.
Piece of straw sticking out of the mouth. Tending to the tomatoes. Milking the cows.
Queen 10-5. Adamo the open-ender. Vogelsang won the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl, finished in 5th in 2018, finished in 2nd at Super High Roller Bowl Sochi. What's your favorite Vogelsang stat again?
I believe he only has 2 career titles.
That's right.
Look at the Hendon Mob.
Yeah, you're
Look
right.
at the 8 figures in career earnings.
More than $25.5 million.
And he has 2 titles?
2 live tournament titles.
Remarkable. Doesn't make sense.
Michael Adamo has more than 2 titles.
King of Diamonds. I was so hoping there was Queen of Diamonds with it. I asked for Queen of Diamonds. She gave me King of Diamonds.
How many titles does Adamo have? Are you tallying those up right now? Is that what you're up to? Don't we have a stats department?
We do. They're off this morning.
Lou Crow, dear PokerGO team, please show the chip stacks of all the players remaining more often. I got to tell you, Lou.
We do. They're on the graphic.
And we try to show, but it's also it's not in our hands. We're simply just providing you the commentary and the stream.
Great production crew over in Cyprus.
Great job.
But you see the chip counts of the players when they're involved in a hand in the bottom left corner of your screen.
I see it, Jeff. I can see those numbers right there. It pops up. Just start jotting it down. Grab a notepad. Label it. Right? Dangerous Dingo, 1.4 million. Tractor, whatever he had. Tang.
Adamo has 17 live titles, by the way.
17.
17.
Wow.
Not cool.
Blind versus blind. Greenwood will raise it up with the 9-deuce off. Tang not a fan of the raise.
Show one.
Pick one.
You pick that one. I pick this one.
No.
It's for me to pick. Yeah.
Ali picked first.
Deuce of diamond.
Lou Crow, how about the other tables? Well, I've got a solution for that. PGT.com live reporting. I'm going to send you the link right now. Check this out. I'm here to help you, Lou.
I believe, Brent, correct me if I'm wrong, but the PGT updates are live.
That's in real time,
We're on
so
a delay.
don't spoil anything. You might see something there. Yeah.
You're out. You're just banned for life.
How many do you have? 8.
You're going to ban them for life.
For life.
Wow, that is harsh,
no warnings.
Jeff. We're trying to get to 250,000 subscribers on our PokerGO channel. Make sure you subscribe right now. And also, while you're at it, don't get banned for life via Jeff Platt. Jeff, we want to hit that 250. Can
You
you not ban them for life?
I won't ban them.
I don't want to cost
you
us any subscribers.
You want to like the stream.
Yeah.
But no spoilers.
Lifetime ban is awfully harsh. That's like
it's warranted.
Wow.
$32.
And now it's Ali the one coming after it in the big blind with the bad ones. Raising with the
What's
good
so
or the
bad
bad.
about that? That's the 9
say.
and the 6,
Yeah.
Jeff. That's nice.
You got it.
We got the big lick versus Doyle. Ali, take it down.
It's like there's like a crease in the couch, but it's just a light.
Yeah. One more hand, right?
You did that just to get Tim's big blind up.
Might have one more hand and then off to break. That's what Ali said at least. But Danny Tang's running for the hills. And we'll all run for the hills and head off to break. Just 12 players remain at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. We're back with more Day 2 coverage after this. Stay with us. My bad, I didn't know they were going to.
Sorry, yeah,
Oh,
I didn't see Vickers started updating in the spreadsheet again.
Oh, is there a log?
Yeah, oh, you don't have that?
Can you send it to me, please?
It's the worst log of all time.
Oh, I'm sure it's terrible.
One of the richest poker tournaments of all time. One of the toughest fields ever assembled. $500,000 to enter.
This fucking
No
Matt
tournament
Boat guy
has
just
ever
tweets at me
changed the
nonstop all the
landscape
time.
of poker overnight. Until now.
I like tough competition and lots of money.
You're really getting only the best of the best.
You're forced to play at a high level. That's going to be awesome for the game of poker.
The 2015 Super High Roller Bowl. Game on.
It's time to see more fireworks.
That's what it is. I'm not certain.
10,000, 20,000 with a 2,000 ante. Scott Seaver with Ace Queen on.
Shit, sorry. That's on me. What did you say?
I said this fucking guy tweets at me all the time, and I don't fucking know what he's talking about.
That's okay. It's very doubtful.
Oh, that's not bad.
Listening.
I said his name.
Oh, you said his name?
I said this Matt Boat guy tweets me all the time.
I'm trying to think what we said after. We said it's the worst log of all time, but somebody thinks he is saying blog.
Yeah, and I said it's the worst log of all time.
Fuck. Sorry.
Not great.
They say still hot. We're still on.
PokerGO, the ultimate destination for everything poker. Tournaments.
On the river, it's a heart!
Cash games.
Oh, she showed it!
Grudge matches.
You look stupid to everybody.
Lifestyle. And content you can't find anywhere else.
Target.
Or watch live or whenever you want. Take a look around. You'll like what you find. Unlock the poker world only on PokerGO.
Devoris just flat. Let's see 3. No reason to put in a 3-bet or get yourself in a rather unfortunate all-in a call situation.
Flops a flush draw here. Chan's ace-9 is best for now, but Divorce the favorite in this hand.
Again, I expect divorce with the nut flush draw just to come along for the ride. Chan should and could certainly have a king, a queen, value betting. At best, you're flipping.
He does indeed just call. Another king on the turn. Divorce checks. Chan checks back. 3 of hearts on the river. Divorce buries it.
And there it is. And Chan now, we assume that divorce likely to bet the nut flush. Chan decision time on this river with ace high. What sort of bluffs could we potentially pick off? We don't suspect divorce to be value betting a 7. Oh, look at this. He is going to check the nut flush. So this likely to let him off the hook. Ace 9 should have some showdown value. If we are betting for Chan, what are we trying to get to fold? It would have to be exactly a 7. Unlikely a queen would ever fold.
Yeah, he does check back.
There you have it.
Divorce was ready to spring the trap.
Oh, yeah. And Chan recognizing awfully thin, right? I mean, what are we repping? Maybe a thin bet designed to look like a queen, betting for value. Live to fight another day, see another hand. Further extending that chip lead now for Daniel Divorce. As Timothy Adams let us know, that is Mr. Toesies to us. A couple premiums here, 6 deuce and 7 deuce.
Divorce wants in with it, though. He's playing every button. Comes Divorce with just 6 high. That'll get the job done.
Yeah, a little sneeze and take.
Yeah, Chan under 20 bigs now. It's there for the taking for Daniel Divorce. Already has the biggest cash of his career. Looking for his first major victory.
And not the biggest cash for Wailong Chan.
Not yet.
$3.2 million, his largest score, and that was for a second place finish in a Triton Series event, 2018. The Milkman, Mikita Badzakuski, won that. Richard Young in 3rd. The Tickler, Sam Greenwood in 4th, and Jason Coon in 5th place.
No, but it's fine.
Diamonds all around here. Chan limps in with the Jack-3 of diamonds.
Mentioned this guy, Daniel Divorce, that 29 cashes have occurred in 25K plus buy-in events. That's 88% of his career total earnings. How about this stat for Chan? 16 cashes in 25K plus buy-in events. Good for 8.8 million. That is 98% of his career earnings. All he plays are high rollers, with the exception of his lone win on his resume, which, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, that lone win happened in
APT event in
APT
Manila.
event in Manila.
And that win
good
was
for $7,000.
Yeah.
So his one win on his resume is good for $7,000. 98% of all of his cashes have happened in 25K plus events. I don't know what.
That's a wild one.
Perhaps he won a lottery of sorts, rode the crypto train all the way to Gravyland. My goodness. Just crushing poker. Immediately hopping in the 25K streets and annihilating.
Yeah, it's about a $200 buy-in that he played in Manila.
$200.
Yeah, took it down, got his start.
2011 for $7,300, his only title.
Started playing high rollers in 2016. Finished 7th at the Triton main event in the Philippines for $245K.
And he's been all in ever since,
Yeah.
just blasting off in these high rollers and crushing. What a hero.
Forces 10 high is good here.
This Chan just feel inclined to
Yeah,
have
he's
to
gonna
bet
go
here or
for it.
something. And could Divorce consider looking him up with 10 high? He very well might. Would he value bet a 3 or a deuce? Maybe. Certainly a queen and a king.
Does indeed lay it down.
Nice little pot there for Chan.
Daniel Divorce, Wylong Chan heads up for the title of Super High Roller Bowl Bahamas. More than $4 million.
Oh.
Chan limps in, Divorce looks down at an ace.
All in?
All of it. Chan will fold.
First time we have seen this dynamic. Jumping all over the limp by Chan. Divorce looks at a dusty ace, good enough, move it all in, apply pressure, continue to accumulate. Almost feels like we're just sort of moments away from an inevitable collision as this structure has caught up to these stack sizes. Chan under 20 big blinds now. Not necessarily the danger zone, but certainly alarms going off.
Divorce limps in with the Queen Deuce Diamonds. Chan checks.
And you can see with 300,000 chips in the middle, every single pot, that big blind ante so critical.
Yeah.
When you're short, Divorce can simply just continue to lean on Chan and pick up 300K at a pop.
9 ball for Chan on this flop. Divorce with the gut shot. Goes check, check. Another king on the turn.
I see a little value bet here with nines and divorce. Unlikely to go anywhere with queen high. He knows that Chan should be stabbing with air in an attempt to pick up these all meaningful pots. Queen high can very well be the best hand, and it obviously has some equity.
Does make the call.
How about that?
Does river a queen.
I don't think Chan really has any choice, really, but to check. Maybe a blocker bet, throw out the minimum. He looks very uneasy. His whole disposition has changed, shifted ever so slightly, and divorce could consider a value betting a queen, getting called by a 10, a 9. 660,000 chips in the middle. Would be happy to just pull that back and continue to just lean and lean and lean on your opponent.
I'll check down and show the winner, Daniel Divorce. All right, and welcome back once again. Day 2 Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Good time to come back as well. As Danny Tang is opened here with the Queen Jack. Ali 3 bets with the King 4 of diamonds, and Timothy Adams finds 2 jacks in the small blind.
Hello.
And shoves. And that'll just get right through. Nice pickup for Adams.
Not sure we were ever gone, by the way, Jeff.
Right, careful. Mics are hot sometimes.
Hot mics.
Oh, hold that one. No, 9's bad. 6-3, yeah.
We're on YouTube.
500, yeah.
By the way, we're not booked.
Okay. Or Chris, you win and Christoph comes out.
Yeah.
Need to confirm the percentage, right?
We're on Merritt's page, so I'll just keep going. Tang with the ace-9 of spades here. Opens again. Blinds have gone up 5K, 10K, 10K, big blind ante. I'll lead with the King Jack of clubs. Makes the call on the cutoff.
How much have you done?
346 behind.
Okay. So we're on merit, so I can just keep going. Adamo with 5s. Makes the call as we once again welcome you back to Day 2 coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. 12 players remain.
No, that's too many. I get the red one.
Tang opened here with the ace-9 of spades. Ali called in the cutoff. Adamo called out of the small blind. See, if I have a queen 4-9 with 1 club. Ali with the gutter, backdoor flush draw. Tang with the pair of 9s. That is best at the moment. How about this? Adamo leads here for 18,000 with the 5s.
Wow. Not the hand I expected to be active on this texture. Puts Tang in a really uncomfortable spot with just this 9.
Tang continues.
Great price for Ali. King Jack of clubs drawn to the nuts. Backdoor puppy paws.
A lot of good turn cards from Shurovich. He'll make the call.
A little gulp from the Dominator.
Ace of diamonds on the turn, so 2 pair now for Tang. Adamo pumps the brakes.
Yeah, a Dominator. Clearly 2 clean 5s, right? Those set outs. You don't have to worry about the 5 of hearts. Clearly it's in the hand. He's deep enough to where he could have caused some serious damage for the times you're up against a queen had he turned a 5.
$95.
Tang firing 95K, and we'll just pick it up right there. Danny Tang won the 50K short deck event, Super High Roller Series Europe, just a couple days ago. As a second and a third here in Cyprus as well. Multiple final tables for Aliyam Surovic on this trip. As a second, a fourth, a fifth, and an eighth. While here at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Northern Cyprus. The host of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Terrific host at that. Positive reviews across the board for Marriott. Adamo folds the king deuce. It's king 9 off for Vogelsang. Limp in. It's queen 8 for Tang. Welcome you all joining us on YouTube once again. Apologies for the technical difficulties to start the day. But we think we're good to go now.
Oh, we hope, Jeff.
We hope.
I think we are.
Okay.
Just be careful with what you say.
Yeah, that's mics are hot. 10-7-3 with 2 spades. Vogelsang's king high, the best hand at the moment. 32 entries at this year's Super High Roller Bowl Europe, creating a prize pool of $8 million. 5 spots will be paid. $560,000 for 5th. Up top, $3.2 million. 600 points for the PGT and that Super High Roller Bowl ring. You think this is top 5 most entertaining hands we've ever covered?
Right here, this is a qualifier.
It's
yeah.
close. Another 10 on the river.
When the tractor's involved with this sort of look he's got going on, it's impossible not to be entertained.
True.
Huh? Just plowing, Jeff.
Revving it up. The buy into this event was $250,000. King High, good for Christoph Vogelsang, the winner of the 2017 Super High Roller Bowl. 5th in the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl and 2nd at Super High Roller Bowl Russia. Finished 2nd to Timothy Adams, who is also here at this final table. Feature table, excuse me. We're playing down to a final table today. luxonpay, presenting sponsor of Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
What do you think, Jeff, about all of the discussions revolving around speeding up the pace of play?
Oh, I like what you and Tuckman have been
Did you
saying.
capture some of
Yeah.
that? I want 10 seconds.
For all streets?
Well, if there's action, you get 20.
Okay.
Why 30? Right now, why do you have 30 seconds to make up?
I mean, that last hand is a perfect representation for the advantages of the 10-second shot clock, or the maybe it goes to 20.
And most situations are going to be like that.
Yeah.
You know, you're just not going to have a lot of, confrontations. Supposed to be quick.
Adamo opens here. 7-5 of spades. Greenwood will just let the king 3 off go.
And Tim P, is this live again? Yeah, we're live.
Yeah, we're back, baby.
We're back in a big way. Apparently, even when we go to break, we're not really a break.
It's weird. I'd never heard you curse before, and the very first time you did was when we were on break with a hot mic. That's weird.
Yeah, I never swear. Wasn't just me.
Producer Aiden, I'd never heard curse before either in his life. And the first time is when the mics are out. It's very strange. What a coincidence.
Well, when you have a potty mouth, and you're not allowed to use said potty mouth during a broadcast, you wait until the break and get it all out. Remember that old poker show that was televised? I think it was it 3 months to 3 million or something like that?
2 months, 2 million.
2 months, 2 million,
2 million?
something like
Yeah,
that. And
yeah.
they had that room where you'd smash watermelons, the tilt room.
The tilt room.
That's what we have here when we go
during
to break.
breaks. Yeah. Vogelsang opens. Tang calls on the button with the queen-9 suited. Ali has ace-jack off suit in the big blind.
All 5-16.
And just says all of it, every single chip. About 500K effective. It's a 50 big blind shove.
Wow, that is
by Ali.
Massive shove for 50 bigs. Ace-jack off. Yes, when we have ace-jack.
I thought maybe he had a big piece of you here. I think so.
We don't think we're up against ace-queen, ace-king. We can probably fold out ace-queen. Even ace-king is in a really rough spot, although likely making the call.
Slightly different. I'm rather disappointed.
Tang's thinking, my, it's such a pretty hand.
I would buy your action on point 1.
Nice to know you care about the frigging $400.
Even better now for Ali with the ace-king of diamonds. Three bets to 80K out of the small blind. And that will just end that. Liam Shurovich with almost $18 million in career live tournament earnings.
You need to punish him.
This is the slimmed down version of Ali.
Yeah, you said he's dropped more than 40 pounds over the last few months. Jeff, but if you look at his resume, that $18 million that you mentioned, where did it all begin? That to me is the fascinating part about the rise of Ali.
Poker Masters.
You're talking about just a few years, 4 years. Was it 2017?
2018.
2018. 4 years to accumulate $18 million.
With no
insane.
super big score to ramp up that number.
Couple million, maybe the biggest. I don't even know if it's that big. I think his career best is less.
It's less. I heard Donnie Peters and Remco Rinkema talk about this on what's the podcast called?
The podcast formerly known as the WSOP podcast. I think it's just a lengthy title. That's it.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
The PokerGO podcast.
It's a great podcast.
It should just be the PokerGO podcast.
Title is. Okay.
Yeah, we can rebrand it.
Or just brand it into something.
Well, yeah. That would work.
Anyway, they mentioned that as, again, a representation of just how good, how consistent Ali has been. His biggest cash is $1.1 million. Adamo here with the ace-queen of diamonds. Ali has 3-bet the last 3 hands. Going to run into some resistance here.
$165.
The 4-bet to 165,000. Dang, entertained by this one. Do believe Michael Adamo is the tournament chip leader. Toon Mulder's at our outer table. He has decent amount of chips as we are down to 11 players.
They're open. We see a flop.
They're dropping like flies on day 2.
I think that was Stephen Chidwick eliminated in 12th.
Oh no, they got him. There it is.
Paul Plough got him.
Until they collide.
Chitty, bang, busto. Rough series for Chidwick. He
going
played
to
a
say
lot
that,
of the events. Triton, Super High Roller Series, maybe all of them.
It looks like 2 cashes for Chidwick in his time in Cyprus.
Like 400?
Yeah.
Well, this is what Michael Adamo does, ladies and gentlemen. He just applies maximum pressure, 3-betting out of the small blind with the ace-8 off to 88,000.
He's just going to make your life a living hell.
Tang with the queen 10 suited. Does make the call. Almost 200K in this pot. Tang starting the hand with about 40 bigs.
Thank you.
Comes king, 10, 9, 2 diamonds, 1 spade. So Tang has the pair of 10s, has 3 to the royal. Adamo has that ace of diamonds, so he has the backdoor ace-high flush draw.
Sometimes you just have to draw the line in the sand, right? That's what Tang is doing here.
Yeah.
It's a very pretty hand. Understanding that Adamo can be wide and aggressive in these spots.
There's the down bet to 40,000.
Is it enough for Tang? Grip, rip, and pile home. Perhaps maybe considering just calling. Trying to get the absolute max value. Just hard to recognize if your 10 can possibly be the best hand right now.
Does make the call. 9 of spades on the turn. So now the straight flush draw for Tang to go along with his 10s and 9s.
I think it's enough, too, for him in the event. If Adamo, let's say he actually had the best hand here with some sort of king. Picking up that straight flush draw to go along with the 10 would be enough.
Adamo slows down. Goes check, check. And the river is the ace of clubs. Adamo finds a way.
Wow. This certainly, Jeff, qualifies as a bad beat.
Oh, yes, it does. Ace of clubs, ace of hearts, only way Adamo is going to get there. And when this guy is running hot, look out. Lead small here, 70,000.
Oh, what a sickening sizing here for Tang. And it just looks like Adamo has an ace, right? It's also a nice card where we could be bluffing. Could Adamo have a hand like 7-8 suited that he would have 3-bet, bet the flop, check the turn, and now able to try and represent the ace? Perhaps sizing would be a little bit larger with all of his bluffs. But again, you know, that sort of metagame that's being employed, if it looks this milky, if it looks this value-y, is it even more effective as a bluff? And of course here we can see he just has it.
Oh, how about this from Danny Tang?
No way. Oh, what is he repping?
Turning this
queen
into
jack?
a bluff.
Yeah, I guess.
Does have a queen in his hand.
Queen jack. I suppose he could have a hand like 10-9 suited. Oh, sick by Tang.
How about this?
Adamo's not the type to fold. That is the one problem when you run these sorts of elaborate bluffs. There are certain players who just don't have a fold button. Maybe now is the time where Adamo can find the muck. Can Tang get it through?
Yes, he can.
Wow, the Tanginator.
Well done, Danny Tang.
That was filthy by Danny Tang, who's been on fire this entire trip. He has 5 final tables and a victory at the Super High Roller Series.
The play of the tournament from Tang.
Don't listen to them. They're just trying to share shit.
Whew. Top level play on display here. Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Back to work for Adamo.
Well, the Adominator is now run directly into the tractor.
Who has the ace queen of clubs. Well, 3-bet to 81,000.
He may be thinking about that hand against Tang for a little while. Wait until he sees back the replay. Recognize that bluff. And for everyone at home that watched that hand, it's how many of us are guilty of simply just calling that spot?
Absolutely.
Thinking, oh, man, yeah, look at this
Colorful,
that I missed.
colorful,
I got the
colorful,
10,
yeah.
yeah. Turns it into the bluff, repping the queen jack despite missing the hand, despite getting rivered. These kids these days are simply too good.
Tang with about $1.3 million in earnings in this last week alone. Flops a 6 here, but Greenwood with the pair of 10s in the gutter. Ren in our YouTube chat asks, what's the buy-in for Super High Rollerball? How about $250,000?
That's it?
That's it.
And I believe the one that will be happening in Vegas this September, Super High Rollerball 7, that'll be a $300,000
I like it.
buy-in.
Keep the Vegas one. Top level. It's Tang check calls here. 5 of diamonds on the turn as we do welcome you all in on YouTube. Thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to click that thumbs up button, like the stream. Click subscribe as well. I saw Donnie Peters in the chat earlier running our Discord channel. Discord pokergo.gg/PokerGo. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Okay, join us there. And if that's not us, then, you know, track us down somehow.
Did you happen to see the new shirt in the shop? Shop.pokergo.com?
With the Queen 4?
Helmuth Mania?
Oh, Helmuth Mania, I did see that.
Yeah. Still trying to get that.
That's nice.
Rematch situated. Hoping to bring that together in May. Early May.
Oh.
I mean, you're a big wrestling guy, right?
Yeah.
So that should... I'm surprised you're not wearing that already.
Well, I'm not a big Hogan fan.
What?
Nathan, how many places make the money? 5. 5 make the money.
How are you not a big Hogan fan?
Just, you know, I liked him back in the day, obviously, but then with, you know, recent stories that have come out about him, not the most appealing character.
I haven't followed his...
Yeah, just stick with the 80s version of
him
Hogan
as
in
a
your
kid,
mind. Yeah,
you know, ripping the shirt off.
Yeah, of course. And his Thunder Lips in Rocky 3? Yeah, Rocky 3.
Thunder Lips?
Thunder Lips. He fought Rocky in Rocky 3.
Are you...
In an exhibition.
You're not thinking of... Wasn't that Mr. T? Didn't he fight Rocky?
Well, yeah, Mr. T
Hulk Hogan was in a
Lang,
Rocky movie?
But Hulk Hogan was, it was Thunder Lips. It was Thunder Lips versus Rocky in the exhibition match.
Thunder Lips?
Yeah.
What a great name.
I agree. Great character. Meanwhile,
I think I'm going to start calling Helmuth Thunder Lips.
Adamo opens with the Jack 6 of hearts. It's very fitting for Helmuth. 10 calls with ace 10 off. Greenwood with the Jack 10 of diamonds. Bumps it up.
Beautiful hand here. Jack 10 suited, applying max pressure. Adios, Tang, with that ace 10 off.
How about Adamo getting a little frisky with the Jack 6 suited early position?
You got a suited Jack, Jeff.
That's true.
For Adamo, that's a premium.
For Adamo with chips, going to be raising most of the time.
Keyshawn Powell, hate watching poker without one of the big names. Well, you're in luck because they're all big names here.
Massive names, maybe the biggest in the game at the moment, and Michael Adamo and Ali Amshurovich. Slightly better holding for Adamo now in the form of the ace-jack of diamonds.
Thunder Lips. Huh.
Yeah.
Well, for me, that is the fact of the day.
Ask Negreanu about it. He's a big Rocky movies fan. That he's seen that
You
scene
want me to ask Daniel Negreanu about Thunder Lips?
Yeah. Say, what do you think of? And I guarantee you that'll be the response.
Daniel, what do you think of Thunder Lips? You don't think he'd look at me kind of funny, or will he know immediately that it's a Rocky reference? I know he's a Rocky guy.
Yeah. Adams defends with the ace-4 off. 9-5-5, 1 diamond. Adamo bets them in. How about this? Adams just flings the ace high into the muck.
Nice.
Nice Nice laydown by Adams.
I like the little dialogue back and forth.
So much respect. I really treated your low jack open like a. Yeah.
All right, sign of respect.
Now, you know, Adams, that sort of flop, the 5-5-9, easily could be check raising that with a variety of hands. He has all the fives there, but because it's Adamo, we just saw him open Jack-6 of hearts a moment ago from under the gun +1. Those plans are altered quickly, depending on the villain.
Foxen opens. Delta in the YouTube chat. Are they told to wait 20 seconds for every decision?
Yeah, good point. I'm telling you, we're trying, Delta. We're trying to
Brent's
make it
trying
10
over here.
seconds.
Trying to change the game.
How many entrants in the event from Daniel? Well, that would be 32.
Yeah.
Daniel. Head on over to pgt.com/live reporting. You can see everything up to date, but no spoilers because the live reporting is ahead of us on the broadcast. We're on a delay, of course. Live reporting is not.
We will be keeping track of our outer table as well. It's currently 11 players remain. Kerry Katz, Paul Poix, Jake Schindler, Vyacheslav Boldigan, and Toon Mulder are at our outer table. Speaking of, let's head over to our outer table.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah, this is awesome. Love this. Extra coverage. Super high roller bowl Europe. And how about a double up for El Jefe, Kerry Katz?
Pour yourself a little Coke Zero over there, Jefe. Looks like he gets there with the 10-9, makes a straight.
Got it in on the 9-7-6 flop against Toon Mulder's Queens. How about an 8-ball on the river? A straight for Katz to double.
Katz has had a rough series. I believe he's been the stone bubble of 3 events across the pond. And maybe this is the one. Saving it for the main.
This is the one to save it up for. Mulder still plenty comfortable at about 1.3 million. One of the chip leaders of this tournament, along with Adamo and Paul Poix. It's Ali opening, it's Tang defending and flopping a flush draw. Ali bets small on the ace-high flop. 4 of hearts on the turn to a straight draw for Tang.
How does Ali just know? King 6 in his mind, effectively a bluff, while also denying equity from these sorts of holdings, small flush draws, applying pressure to what could be a 10 or a 5 out of Tang.
Pot size bet by SHRS. Tang makes the call. River brings another 10.
They're pretty clean now for King High, right? I wonder if Ali decides that this is good enough to take the showdown. Hey, we've already seen the Tanginator rip off a serious bluff against Adamo. Does he try and leverage this 10 somehow? He could absolutely have like the 10x of hearts. He does check it. Ali knuckles. King High good. Wow.
Ali, you got to be absolutely thrilled after checking River to win this one. With King High up to almost 700K in chips. The 2021 PGT champion. The leader in the race for the #1 spot in the 2022 PokerGO Tour. And that's pole position for the end of the year PGT Championship.
Yeah, that PGT Championship top 21 will qualify in December to compete for a $500,000 free roll in the Tour Championship. So you can bet that throughout the calendar year of 2022, these guys will all compete to try and lock up that top 21 seat. TBD on how it will be structured. Early on, we're thinking that depending on your spot on the leaderboard, will be correlated with the starting stack for that event. Sort of similar to what the FedEx Cup does for the PGA Tour. That was really fantastic by Ali. We say it time and time again from him, but wins a near 300,000 chip pot with just King High. And it sort of felt like he had the best hand.
Ooh, queens for both here.
Yeah, dangerous now for Greenwood. Top pair.
Check, check. The 3 of clubs on the turn. Greenwood turns the flush draw.
Sort of fascinating. It went check, check. Adams remains under rep. Greenwood in his mindset thinking, well, I've got top pair. I've got a hog, and he turns the flush draw alongside.
That's 50,000. Adams makes the call. River brings another 10. Adam's hand is best. 161K in the pot.
And clean. For Greenwood, maybe a cause for concern. Adams would likely play a 10 just like this. Would have checked on the flop, called the turn. If we're betting, what are we trying to get value from? Maybe a 7? Yeah, there's a little blocker out of Greenwood. He understands that this is a difficult river card. And even hands like Queen Jack, Queen 9, Queen 8 may simply just call rather than raise. And had Greenwood checked to Adams, I suspect that Queen Jack would be eking out far more value. Sizing would have been larger.
And so Adams will just flick in the call, showdown the winner. You saw the look on Greenwood's face.
He's shocked. I don't blame him. Shocked. Ali even too. The little, what just happened? Did you,
so that pot
he checked behind Queen Jack, sharing top pair. Yeah.
Nonetheless, a pickup for Timothy Adams, the 2-time super high roller bowl ring winner. One of just 2 players to have 2 or more rings. Justin Bonomo has 3. Viktor Malinovsky was the winner of Super High Roller Bowl Europe last year. Did not come back to defend his title, huh?
Yeah, there's a few guys that I'm surprised didn't make this trip. Viktor Malinovsky, Tom Dwan, Tony G, Bryn Kenny. Usually high buy-in events, beautiful, in beautiful casinos, resort-like setups. You're going to find someone like Bryn Kenny. He was there last year. Maybe there's some 10K, 20K cash game going on,
Oh, very possible.
Limitless is out there firing.
Very possible.
Who knows?
Hey, how about this?
Yeah?
The PokerGo Hold'em app. Free to play. Online. Available in the Android store. Available in the Apple store. And you hear your voice a lot. You see Negrani Helmi, this Fandiari, Maria Ho.
Yeah, a lot of hot mics in this game for sure.
That's true.
I don't shut up. Of course, you can toggle off the commentary.
No, I know.
You don't have to hear it.
No,
Jeff.
I'm aware. Yeah. Thank you.
Download it now. Have you downloaded it, Jeff? Have you been playing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you run it up?
No.
Yeah. I went broke 3 nights ago, and I don't have any chips. I can't get
You
new
can buy
chips.
more.
I'm not buying more. Not doing that.
Jesus. How do I play this hand now?
Ace of spades.
We're not demanding to see the card.
Good question from our guy Jimmy in the YouTube chat. What are we playing down to? Looks like the current plan, which is always subject to change, is to play down to 7. 5 make the money, but again, that is not set in stone. We do have 11 players left. Somebody said, yeah, Moose in the chat, sneak a Go Mavs into the broadcast one time. Let's go Mavs. Playoffs this
Big
weekend.
game tonight?
Saturday.
Wow.
Saturday is game 1. So we take a look at the leaderboard for our featured table. And this is not the overall tournament leaderboard, just the players we have at this table. Michael Adamo in first. Hey, where's the Super High Roller Bowl music? Dun 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 dun
dun dun dun. I don't know. Jeff, I like this little piano.
Producer Aiden, can we get Super High Roller Bowl music by tomorrow? That would be fantastic.
How about a little Highway to Hell? I want to hear some AC/DC,
Oh,
Jeff.
we probably don't have the rights to just blast AC/DC. But we have that fantastic Super High Roller Bowl music.
Was it a fastback?
No, it's whatever. I was.
Doris played a hand. Very interesting. Thought it was good.
It was just,
So it sort of is a fact, right?
Yeah.
Stewie asks who's left on the outer table. We have Kerry Katz, Paul Paw, Jake Schindler, Vyacheslav Boldigan, and Toon Mulder. Two kings for Timothy Adams.
Oh, the Prince of Poultry. Number 2. Absolute premium.
Not balking at the sight of those cards, am I right?
Kaka. And wouldn't it be, it's wonderful having Adamo to your left, right? You know he's going to be 3-betting relentlessly, calling
blind
all he
versus
can
blind
to ruin your life. And when you've got a couple of kings, this is just a dream.
Goes 4x, and Adamo has ace-7. Flicks in the call. Ten-8 deuce.
Well, I want to say it's a safe flop for Adamo, clearly for Adams, but who knows with Adamo? He might see this texture and find some avenue to just get it all in.
No down bet here from Adams, firing 57K.
Well, typically, you know, big hand, big bet. You want to start to get the money in the middle. Unfortunate for Adams. Adamo usually going to fight and scrap a little bit, but you got to give credit to Adamo as well. He understands this game oh so well. Theoretical aspect. Sort of thrives on that high variance poker lifestyle. He's, you know, from what I understand, has big pieces of himself in everything he plays.
There's a look at what will be our next feature table. Kerry Katz. Paul Paw with a sizable chip stack.
Wow. Holy cow, Paul. Look at this. He might be the chip leader.
Absolutely.
That is a massive wall for Paul.
Nice. Jake Schindler. Vyacheslav Boldigan, Toon Mulder. There's a break in 4 minutes, so we can just figure it out then. luxonpay, presenting sponsor of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Happy to have them and Storm X on board.
I love this from the chat. Stuart Brody says, the Prince of Poultry, the Milkman, and the Tractor need to start some sort of organic Saturday morning farmer's market.
How about that from Remco? Says we're only 105 subscribers away from 250K.
Do it now.
On this channel.
Subscribe. Just click it.
Just click it.
Let's all celebrate together. 250,000. Come on. Click that thumbs up while you're at it. If you enjoyed this free content here on PokerGO, on our YouTube channel, you got to show us your support. Subscribe. Click the thumbs up. The better we do with these sorts of numbers, the more content that we can provide on YouTube. Help us help you.
Only good cards.
Try and capture more of the player discussions. Haven't really
There
been
hasn't
happening
been
too
much.
often there.
Yeah.
You know, they it's almost like they're playing for $3.2 million, and the buy-in was $250,000, so they're
both facts.
Kind of dialed in and intense.
5 spots make the money, 560K to 5th. Creates quite the bubble. Not like the bubble, though, we had at Super High Roller Bowl 6. We paid out 3, and third was $1 million. Chris Brewer got the chips in with the ace-queen against Justin Bonham 10-4, I believe. With 4 left, Brewer lost, and that is a brutal bubble.
Yeah, well, and I believe it was last year in the 250K Super High Roller Bowl right here in Northern Cyprus. He was the stone bubble as well, getting in, I think it was Ace-King versus Archer.
Ali was the stone cold bubble.
Oh, it was Ali.
Yeah,
but
Ali
Brewer
got it in
went
with
broke right before him, right? Am I not right here? Didn't Brewer rip it with Ace-King?
That was the 100K.
It was 100K.
Yeah, it was
okay.
100K
Right.
with the Ace-King against Martirosian, stupid, like
9-4
something.
suited
Yeah.
or something. Yeah. Either way, Brewer has just been very unlucky in these massive spots for all the money.
It was Ali 4-bet shoving the ace-deuce suited.
That's right.
Last year.
Yeah. Wow. I sort of erased that from my memory, thinking there's no way Ali would have done that. There's no way he would have bubbled it for all the money against Malinowski. And there's no way Ali wouldn't have got there. He just seems to make winners when they matter the most.
That's a 512K bubble. We'll go 3-handed to this flop. Tang Greenwood, I'm sure of it. Queen Jack Deuce, 1 club. Always 5s are best. Might have heard our tournament director and that there's a break after this hand. We'll switch the feature tables.
Are you and I staying on, Jeff, during
I don't
break,
think there's
or are we
anybody that we switch out with. I think we're just here the whole way.
Yeah, but I mean, are we taking a break, or are we going to stay hot?
Oh, no, we'll take... Oh, well, I don't know. We'll take a break.
I need to know these things before I say something terrible.
I think all hot mics would capture is our breakfast order.
Oh, I am awfully hungry.
I'm sure you are. I thought you were fasting. You told me you were fasting yesterday.
No,
Or
I
maybe that was
eat
at
fast.
that moment. Oh, gotcha.
I eat fast. I eat quickly. It's like it's Helmut's version of fasting.
Yeah.
Eat a lot and eat it quickly.
Got it.
Keto as well.
He's a keto guy, yeah?
Well, that's what he says. But everything he ate during the stream, I don't think was keto approved.
I'm not sure.
Right?
The Helmy's variation on keto.
He has his own style of keto?
Maybe.
Whatever happened to Keto Fam?
Oh, I don't know.
Speaking of keto.
Yeah.
Huh.
95.
Look at this from Greenwood.
Oh, yeah. Get it,
With
Greenwood.
King 9. He is going to get it.
Yeah, bring the heat, the thunder.
Well played, Sam Greenwood.
I love this guy, the tickler. Same sweatshirt he wore yesterday. An honor, a tribute to his father who recently passed away. Call it lucky, call it whatever you want. It's a winner, just like that hand. It's like we're going to head to break. Jeff.
Yeah, call it 679,000 in chips for Greenwood. Adamo with more than 1.2 million. Ali at 650K. Adams Vogel saying Tang round out the rest of that leaderboard. Bringing in a new featured table, though. Katz, Poix, Boldigan, Mulder, and Jake Schindler. When we come back, you're watching Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
Last year, Brian Rast outlasted a world-class field on his way to a Super High Roller Bowl title and $7.5 million in cash. This year, the Super High Roller Bowl tradition continues from Aria Resort and Casino.
This is a big pot. Thought I had you crushed.
49 of the world's best and wealthiest poker players. A buy-in of $300,000 and a first-place prize of $5 million. 4 full days of live poker. The Super High Roller Bowl from start to finish gets underway right now.
Do you ever find yourself opening up a little bit when you know guys are tired and a little bit less interested in competing toward the end of a day's play?
Absolutely. That's a really big part of tournaments, having the feel for those situations.
And recognizing also that people can be polarized when fatigued, where they either have it, because otherwise they wouldn't be out there stepping out, or they're just phoning it in.
Right. Taking a more conservative approach with their medium strength holdings.
Exactly. Because they don't want to think as much, and there's a lot of thought that has to go into those gray area type plays, as we see 3 players in a raise pot pre-flop, and the flop yield is Queen 7-6 with a couple of clubs.
Goes without saying, that's a nice flop for Budiga.
Yeah, top pair with a king kicker. Nothing much for Anthony Gregg, who's checked as well as Pratouche. And Rainer Kempe checks his 2 4s. Here comes the turn card. Kempe picks up the bottom end of an open-ended straight draw.
It is a nice turn for Kempe. However,
2 flush draws on board for Pratouche now. It's got top pair.
If Budiga leads here, it really depends on how much as far as Kempe's decision goes.
And Pratouche fires 20,000.
Don't see Gregg continuing.
He lays the 5s down.
And I don't think Kempe has quite enough to continue. If you know an 8 is good for sure, it changes things somewhat. But an 8 could be no good. Pratouche has some combos with a 9 in it. However, 4s could be good at the moment. This is reasonable.
Rainer makes the call. A 3, 4, and 8 would make his hand best. And it's a 3 on the end, giving him the 7 high straight. That is the perfect card for Rainer Kempe. A disastrous one for Pratouche.
And that's how you do it.
It's just that easy, boys. Look at Rainer sizing him up.
Kempe is a touch capped here. Can't really have 8-9. He can, of course. He could check 8-9 on the flop, but most of the time he would bet. So Pratouche is kind of asking himself, what are his 4 combos, and thinking about trying to get some value from this king-queen, which is reasonable because Kempe could have checked back some 6x, some 7x, and doesn't really have 8-9, where Pratouche does have some 8-9 here. So I don't mind Pratouche's value bet, but it is ambitious.
1,000 is the bet.
And you could potentially get your guy to induce here by checking with some sort of busted draw on the end.
Sometimes, and I think Kempe may find a raise here just based on, I feel Pratouche may have given away the strength of his hand a bit based on his mannerisms. That felt very value-y to me. And that's not to say he did anything wrong, and it's much easier to make reads when you can see somebody's hand.
Oh, wow, look at this. You're exactly right.
But we've seen a lot of flat calling on the end with not the nuts. But Kempe really felt like this straight was good. That's logical. Pratouche really only has the 8-9 suited combos. He's not taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 off. He might not be taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 suited. So Kempe really believes this straight is good. It is, and it puts Pratouche in a very awkward spot.
80K to call.
If you're going to make thin value bets, you have to be prepared to face these decisions.
Well, Pratouche didn't find the auto fold. He's asking for a count here.
No, it's.
But could Kempe really be bluffing for his remaining stack in this situation with just 80K?
Great question, Ali. It's so hard to say. we can't get into Kempe's mind or know one of the beautiful things about poker.
Oh,
Pratouche thinks he could be. Maybe Pratouche thinks that.
To turn these over.
And that's why you don't stand behind a horse. And Fedor.
And we come right back to a possibly curious Fedor holes, and I love when we only get to see the one card. I really do.
Yeah.
Because start to imagine, what do you think Fedor does with the jack of spades? How about a queen? Play along with Fedor. He knows that Helmuth has been splishy splashy, to say the least.
Yeah, and the deuce 4 offsuit here, 3-betting to 90K.
That's right. And it looks like Fedor is taking a flop. Excuse me.
Oh, it looks like he's going to charge him more to take a flop, isn't he?
52 raised to 235.
It's a 4-bet to 235,000. It's like a soul read.
I think after a little bit of Hollywooding, Helmuth is probably going to let this go.
What's going on here? I 3-bet the kid twice in 4 hours, and he 4-bet me both times. Are you in a hurry? You got a death wish? What the hell is going on here? This is sick.
Helmuth.
Nice hand, Fedor.
He's not scared to just get in there and limp. He's not scared to sometimes 4x pre-flop.
Right.
Blinds are 20-40. I've seen Berkey do things like make it 200. And I promise you that confusing your opposition generally is good. Sometimes the cost of that is making a quote-unquote bad play. Being unpredictable, hard to read and hard to figure out.
Right.
These are all things that do aid you in the long run if you use those things to your advantage.
Kempe opening with Snowmen, the 110. In the cutoff. And the small blind of Dan Smith making the call in bad shape with the 2 6s. He'll be heads up and out of position.
We haven't seen too many vicious coolers this tournament, Ali, like 8-6 deuce or something crazy.
And look at this.
I mean, listen, I just want the people to know, I swear on my life, I cannot predict the future. And that's just very odd.
You are a broom rider.
If that deuce came, I really would have been speechless, because this is already one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me.
Set over set. One of the most horrific situations you can be in. I myself, on one of the few occasions in which I've played a higher stakes buy-in poker tournament, found myself in a similar spot against Gabe Kaplan. Cost myself a cool 20,000 on Poker After Dark. That one hurt. And this one's going to hurt as well for Dan Smith, who checks it. Over to Rainer Kempe.
It sounded pretty painful. To the great Gabe Kaplan. Right now, Dan Smith has major problems. And sometimes it's okay to spell out the obvious. Dan Smith, after this hand, could easily be crippled. He may elect to just start check calling, but even so, unless a 7 or 9 of hearts rolls off, Kempe has a lot of great cards to barrel, get check raised in all likelihood, and this is just so brutal for Dan.
And he's using a time extension here. Why do you suppose that is? He knows he's going to continue in the hand. He's not trying to make it look weak, is he?
Of course, no. He's trying to decide whether to call or raise. I mean, there are times you are beat here, and again, being the relative chip leader versus another chip leader, this is an interesting situation because he might be well advised to simply call the flop. However, if he raises it, he does know that he will probably have to go with it. There are some extreme.
475,000.
475,000. Music to the ears of Rainier Kempe with 2 8s in his hand. A set. And he's got to believe he's golden here, right? He's not up against the 7-9 and probably not up against the 2 10s. Not impossible, though.
Not impossible, for sure. Golden is a touch more than what he's feeling, but he's feeling pretty good. It's one of these spots where
2 overs in the flush draw come to mind, maybe.
I don't think Smith
Queen Jack
check
of Hearts.
Yeah,
no?
exactly. I don't think Smith check raises Jack Queen of Hearts. The hand is too good. You kind of don't want to be forced to sort of fold it given stack sizes or decide you have to get it in because you've put yourself in a spot where
Kempe using a time extension.
Pot odds are just too good, and this is a really sickening spot for Dan Smith. And I just don't know how I just went out there and said we haven't seen a vicious cooler. I feel bad for Dan. Of
course, me saying that did not influence the flop, but it's very weird. I'm having a very philosophical moment.
This is a situation where Rainer Kempe is that speeding commuter train and Dan Smith is that car stuck on the tracks.
In all likelihood, they will get it in. My only question, as crazy as it may sound, is there any way Smith finds a way to get away from this on the flop? Just given that we're on the bubble, he's such a great player.
And Rainer Kempe says, I'm all in.
Kempe's reached. Yeah,
Snap call by Dan Smith.
But you notice the trepidation in his voice.
Welcome back to Northern Cyprus, back to the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino, and back to Super High Roller Bowl Europe for day 2 coverage of this $250,000 buy-in no limit Texas Hold'em tournament. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks in the broadcast booth as we welcome you to a new featured table. It includes Paul Poix and Toon Mulder, both with pretty sizable chip stacks. Jake Schindler is here, Kerry Katz is here. So is Slava Boldigan, who cashed in Super High Roller Bowl Europe last year.
Yeah, the man of many memes. I love Boldigan. Watch his facial antics here at this feature table. Got a little work to do. He and Hefe coming in on the shorter side of things. Oh, he's got all the Coke he can handle over there.
Yeah.
Have a glass. Have two.
It's usually Diet Coke for him at our PokerGo studio, right? But
I think it's almost always
and
Diet Coke. That looks like a Coke Zero can or a regular Coke, one of the two. I'm not sure.
Well, here's Jake Schindler, one of the best in the world. It's the King Jack. He'll open here. Kerry Katz, the owner of a Super High Roller Bowl ring. One Super High Roller Bowl London. Being all Liam Shurovich heads up for that one.
Yes, he did. Jake the Snake Schindler's had a rough go at it on this trip as well. He's played all the Triton events, Super High Roller Series. I believe he's tossed out an over.
Yikes. Well, he did finish third in the 100K Triton for $900,000.
That's exactly right, Jeff. An over. Boy, when did that? I missed that.
It was, in fairness to you, as part of the Triton series, not the Super High Roller series. But I think he's probably okay with how his week's gone. But the buy-ins do add up. Toon Mulder won that event, by the way, for more than $1.9 million.
$900K, that is
but
phenomenal.
Other than that, he's struggled.
So he's up on the trip.
Yeah,
he's got to be
so.
up.
Yeah.
Boy, did I get bad intel.
Who'd you get the intel from?
David Tuckman.
Oh, that's what it is.
I'm going to blame Tuck.
Blame Tuck.
Yeah.
Mulder opens here. Schindler will defend. Schindler will outflop Mulder, although Mulder does have the backdoor flush draw. Mulder betting small on the ace-queen-4. Schindler check calls. 8 of hearts on the turn.
Mulder has an interesting one. 9 of hearts, king of spades. You can see the presence of both of those flush draws being there. And there are certain tickets that maybe he'd consider bluffing on various rivers. This would be a tough one. Singular pairs, sets. Really the strongest you can have. 7-5 somehow. We don't have any of those tickets in our hand. Hard to represent. If he does size it up here as a bluff, he would solely be targeting a 4 Unlikely to fold out any sort of queen or ace, but maybe.
55,000.
And Jake's sort of wondering, what sort of hand would you have taken this line with? Bet flop, check back turn, and then again, betting river. Doesn't make a ton of sense. Would he do this with ace-x? A nice bluff by Mulder, gets it through.
With just king high. The biggest win of Mulder's career came just 11 days ago at the 100K Triton event. That score worth more than $1.9 million. Won an EPT 25K in Prague just last month and finished 7th in the main there. So it's been quite the last month or so for Toon Mulder out of the Netherlands. We check in on our outer table. And we do have an all-in and a call. It is SHRS versus Adamo. It's ace-queen versus ace-8. And the ace-queen holds up for Ali SHRS to find the double.
My
Looks like he has a decent amount of chips, too, huh?
I mean, Ali had over 600,000 when we last had him at our feature. I can't imagine that stack changed much. How did all that money go in there? Ali looks to me like he was in the big blind, likely would have 3-bet, ace-queen suited,
Ali
and
just
4-bet for Adamo, all of it. That's going to be half the chips for Adamo. Holy moly.
Well, these two can certainly get some chips in the middle, as we have seen throughout the last couple of years. Advantage SHRS here for a massive pot.
Whoa. Adamo cut in half.
It's a game changer. We play on with 11 left. Papa getting one through with 8 high. While looking for his first super high roller bowl cash.
Now, considering, Jeff, only 11 remain, 5 get paid. Adamo, when he was sitting at 1.4, 1.5, I believe at his peak, maybe even a little bit more, that is plenty of chips to reach the final table, let alone slide into the money.
Point.
That's just not his style, man. He is high variance. He goes for it. If he thinks it's a spot, he's going to take it.
Yeah, 8 million chips in play. But to your point, it's not necessarily the way Adamo operates. Uh-oh, Mulder has 10s. Says all of it. Frustrated fold from Cats. Where's the PokerGO hat?
He doesn't have his lucky hat. He messaged me about it. He was trying to get one sent out there. I assume he just said, screw it, I'm going to go hatless. He borrowed Daniel DeVoris' hat when he was at a feature/final table a few events ago.
10s.
Did you consider hopping on a plane to bring one to him?
I'll tell you what, if he wanted to put me on a plane to bring him a hat, I would have been there. I'd have brought him anything he wanted. I, of course, would have said that, well, you know, Jeff probably should join me. We could do the stream right from the venue. You know, we don't need a plane. We could stay in his room.
I'm sure he'd love that.
He would have been fine with that.
Very comfortable for everybody involved.
You know, Hefe, Hanks, and Platt.
Yeah. It's the dream trio.
It's a nice
like
dinner.
The Three Musketeers.
Right.
All in?
Maybe next year.
Boldigan rips it with the queens. Shove for less than 20 bigs.
Paul likes to gamble. I think he just knows Boldigan probably has a good hand. Maybe King Jack suited isn't quite good enough, but little gamble.
It's so
Here we
pretty.
go.
Makes the call. Boldigan all in and at risk. Last year's 6th place finisher at this event is on the ropes, but is better than a 2-to-1 favorite. 9-5 deuce, no hearts. Safe flop for Slava.
Oh,
the turn is a king. Unbelievable. Boldigan eliminated, and you heard Kerry Cat say it, and we saw it. Cat's folded a king.
Am I supposed to call it?
We need a player.
So the case king rolls off on the turn
Maybe not.
to end Slava Boldigan's day.
I think I call. You call?
Schindler says not sure on the call. Mulder says, yeah, I'm putting the chips in. I don't have to ask Hanks. I know he's calling with the King Jack suited.
Well, if I had Paul Poit's stack at 1.5 to start the hand, I feel better about making that call. If it's going to affect my stack in any way, shape, or form that could set me back, maybe I pass, Jeff, but come on.
But you would certainly never pass when you're playing online on the PokerGo Hold'em app.
Oh, get the money in.
The King
Get
Jack
the money
suited
in there,
is the stone cold Nutter Butters. They're free to play online poker. It is available in the Android store, the App Store, and it is fantastic. You hear Hanks's voice a lot. Play alongside Helmuth, Negreanu, Maria Ho, Antonio Esfandiari. Am I in the game? Like, I was promised that I'd be in the game. I haven't seen myself in the game. Are we waiting for like an update feature? I
think you're supposed to be in the game, right? Aren't you? Don't you want to be a game ambassador?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get me in the mix. I'll play it. We'll fire it up on Twitch.
Well, then I'll get you in the game. I don't see why not. How could we ever say no to that?
Yeah, it's a great offer.
That's amazing. And you're paying us for that?
No. I thought I was going to get a little piece of it.
A little taste? Yeah. What do you want, a couple points of the revenue?
Yeah, that's good. That's fine. Yeah.
2 more points than I have.
Michael Adamo has joined this table as we are down to 10 at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. So that means now our outer table has Sam Greenwood, Aliam Shurovich, Tim Adams, Christoph Vogelsang, and Danny Tang.
Rachel in the chat says that Platt is the chip runner on the app.
That'd be great. I would love to be the chip runner.
Be a great chip runner.
I'd be a great chip runner.
It would be cool.
You see the guy kind of like running in with the stack of chips?
Yeah, you do a lot of running. It'd be cool if the little please stand up bit could make the game in some way, shape, or form, you know? If you win a big tournament, you come over to do the interview. Please stand up and join me. Yeah. We can work on that. I mean, we do all the development, the engineering right here in-house. So
okay,
why?
Let's do it.
78.
78 raise.
78.
78.
Schindler opened here. Adamo with a 3-bet with the ace-6 suited. I mean, whether he has chips or not, he's just relentless.
the Dominator. A bit of dusting the last few minutes or so. We saw the massive double up he served to Ali Amshurovich. Left with crumbs. 329 behind after that 3-bet, but in action once again.
(10-9-7). Schindler flops bottom set.
Schindler just salivating up against an extremely reckless and aggressive opponent. Middle set. What a dream.
I think that's bottom set. I think middle set would be nines.
I meant the middle card on the board.
Got it. Adamo does have the gutter in the backdoor flush draw. Goes check, check. How about sevens full for Jake Schindler? He'll lead for 90,000. And Adamo will just let it go. More chips for Jake Schindler. His only super high rollerball cash coming in 2017 when he finished in second place to Christoph Vogelsang.
It's a pretty epic finale. Schindler ran an elaborate bluff for a ton of chips against Vogelsang, who had a decision to make with top two pair, called it off correctly, and thus the tractor was born.
Winner. Two wins for Schindler in 2022. Won the 25K Stairway to Millions event. Won a 10K high roller at the Win.
This guy just doesn't take a hand off. 8-6 suited.
Less than 30 bigs. He'll open with it.
How much you believe?
330.
Oh boy.
Total, right?
Sorry?
Not just the ace of hearts, but the ace of spades as well for Paul Poix on the button. In the small blind? Small blind, sorry. Three bet to 60K.
And on the very small side, I love this out of Poix. Just lays Adamo a beautiful price with 8-6 suited. The problem is we're not deep. Adamo down to, as you can see, 300,000 remaining after opening. Could be in dire straits here if he does call and connect.
Does call. We'll play this in position. That's 270K behind. There's 144K in the pot. 10-9-5 with one diamond. So the gutter and the backdoor flush draw for Adamo. Schindler taking a nap?
Yeah, he's nodded off. He is completely out cold.
45.
That's 45K, which is not a bet that will wake Jake Schindler up. There we go.
There we go, yeah. Hello, Jake. Welcome back.
Good morning.
He had Queen Jack here, by the way. Maybe he's closing his eyes. He doesn't want to look to see what could have been. Adamo, 3 to the straight flush, a gutter. If he thinks that Pois can have maybe ace, queen, ace, king, does he ever continue coming along? Yeah, he's there.
Does make the call. Turn brings another 10. 234K in the pot. Adamo with 224K behind.
Not a card that Paul wants to see. Adamo can have a 10. He would have played it just like this. But it's also Adamo. He can have nothing.
Goes small here on the turn. Bets 50,000.
This is cute. Setting up and all in on the river, perhaps no matter what. Hoping that Pois does have a hand like ace, queen, ace, king. Would toss that right into the muck, but 2 aces, certainly, Jeff. I can't imagine we're folding here. Not to Adamo.
The check shove. Adamo says that is not great for business on my end. Kerry guessed it. Was correct. Aces for Pois to extend his chip lead. And Adamo is now the short stack. Almost 1.9 million in chips for the Triton co-founder.
Just a disaster for Adamo. I think he just threw his mic out of his pocket, ripped everything off. He had 1.6 million, Jeff, just before break.
Ooh, Mulder looks down at 2 queens. Adamo is king jack in the big blind. 12, 13 bigs. He'll defend. And he'll flop a full house.
Oh, it's turning around all of a sudden. Adamo. He's played pretty much 100% of hands today, I think. From 1.6 million down to under 200,000. Now flopping a full house in a great spot against Mulder to collect a little plastic, a little ammo.
Mulder bets them in. How to proceed if you're Michael Adamo?
Well, Jeff, if I flopped a full house, I would want as much action as possible. Call, set the trap. Clearly, he's not 100% to win. A queen would be a disaster for Adamo.
Blank on the turn.
For Mulder, sort of a potential way behind situation, right? Any king, any jack, and we are toast. But Adamo can have draws. Betting flop makes plenty of sense.
Getting some more time there.
Now checking.
Our final 6.
Final 6.
You get 6 more.
And that image, right, that has been on display for Adamo, his sort of perceived bluffing aspirations. Every other hand, it seems, gets him paid in these spots. So a hand as good as Queen-Queen for Mulder, I expect we simply just have to call Adamo on this river. Now let's see what the sizing is. 94 out there. He's got 124 behind. Perhaps if he just pile drives, we consider letting it go. But I wouldn't be surprised if we just look him up. The Queen's also, I mean, you know, you're blocking. Queen 10, Queen 9. Unlikely Adamo would even have that sort of hand, so it does make this call a little bit trickier.
Just about all of it.
You know, could he have something like 10-9 here? Defend, float, overbet river with just 10 high. I wouldn't put it past him. Tough spot for Mulder because it's Adamo.
Mulder considering.
Yeah, legitimate tank here, right, Jeff? I mean, this is a very tough spot against one of the most dangerous opponents on the planet, Michael Adamo. He can absolutely be bluffing here. I realize we have 2 queens. It's hard. We can remove the Queen 10, Queen 9 sort of combos that Adamo can have. How about Ace 10? How about 9 10?
Use another time bank for another 30 seconds to act.
You know, you've watched this guy lose so many pots to Ali, the other table. He's gone from 1.6 now down to all in for his final 123. He does have 1K behind, but all this stuff adds up, right? It makes these decisions that much more difficult. Could he just be punting it off and out of here? Is he over it?
More time banks used. I believe they were given 6 on day 1 and 9 to start day 2.
Yeah. You know, even for Mulder, too, I think Adamo, if he just had a king, might take this line, you know, for value. That's a very good fold. Painful to do, but great fold. Adamo obviously not happy.
was the longest I ever thought about a hand.
Sorry?
Was the longest I ever thought.
Mulder's longest tank in his career.
I believe him. We've covered him on numerous streams thus far. He's a
quickly.
fast player. Big decision, no doubt, for Mulder. Great fold.
Lays down the queens.
Queens.
Super High Roller Bowl Europe. The Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino, presented in part by StormX, PokerGo's exclusive cryptocurrency partner. Schindler opens on the button. Sizes up a little bit as he's pretty deep and Mulder's deep in the big blind. Mulder has the ace-jack of hearts. He'll 3-bet. He'll win. 2 Mulder, 5th on the Netherlands all-time money list. With a win at Super High Roller Bowl Europe, he'd move up into 1st. Who would that get him past? Who's number 1?
The Netherlands?
Yeah, in the Netherlands.
Remco Renkema.
Remco is not on the first couple pages.
Really?
Yeah.
This whole time I thought he was very good at poker. He's been in the industry for 25 years.
That's true. That's true. He's a vet.
Well, then it must be... Oh, I know who it is, Jeff.
Okay, hold that thought. Gonna head out to our outer table where we do have an all-in and a call. And it's queens for Timothy Adams, and it's queens for Sam Greenwood also. Chop it up.
Well, fair fight, couple Canadians. That's normal for Canada. They just really don't like violence.
Happy with the chop. Remco, by the way, is 669th on the Netherlands all-time money list.
669?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Wow.
Who is
very
first?
fitting for Remco. I would say that number 1 is the vacuum. Jort van Hofer.
The cleaner.
Yeah. It's
That is
Jort van
correct.
Hoof, right? The cleaner?
That is correct.
I like to go with the vacuum.
That works.
Better nickname for him. Who's number 2 in the Netherlands?
How about Marcel?
Marcel Loos?
Yeah.
The Flying Dragon?
Yeah. Flying Dutchman?
Dutchman?
Yeah. I thought Rick Smits was the Flying Dutchman.
The Singing Dutchman? Upside down visor, glasses, always sing. I have no idea what happened to him, by the way.
Smits was the Duncan Dutchman.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Ace-Jack 4 here. Adamo with top pair. Cats with the Broadway draw and the backdoor flush draw.
Can you believe it? Adamo actually has a hand. Didn't 3-bet, by the way. Just called on the button with ace-queen. I mean, how dangerous is that? You just expect this maniac to be 3-betting. And
Well, I think he raised button and Cats defended.
or perhaps that would make a lot
That
more
would-
sense.
right,
There we
right.
go. Okay, so Cats defend. Oh, what a turn card.
10 of clubs
Perfect.
on the turn. So a pair of 10 for Cats. The Broadway draw for Cats. The flush draw for Cats. Adamo's hand is best. 110K in the pot. Adamo the shorter stack here with 166K behind. Adamo bidding 55,000. A snap call from Cats.
Getting a great price.
The river brings another jack.
Interesting card. Jack of clubs can clearly be a part of Cat's holding. I think Adamo would have likely checked that back had it been in his hand. Would El Jefe ever consider bluffing this spot on that particular river?
With the queen of clubs in his hand.
Yeah.
Steady checks.
Not the best card for Adamo. Obviously, we realize that.
Time bank used for an additional 30 seconds to act.
If he bets, he's just hoping to get called by a worse ace, clearly. Perhaps just a non-believing 10, such as exactly what Kerry has, Queen 10. Maybe taking this much time. Kerry has a lot of time to think about it now. What would Adamo do with a hand like 8-9 that contained a single club, right? You're going to start to look for bluffs that Adamo is capable of making. And because, of, again, his image, who he is, how wild he can be.
Adamo just going to check it back. It started to chip up once again, and now it's Kerry Katz playing the role of short stack.
Yeah, just hasn't been able to get it going here today. He's had a tough trip, some bubbles. He's been here a million times. He is the master of short stacks.
Very
I think
comfortable.
Daniel Negreanu said a master class should actually be done around his short stack
I could
game.
see that. $6K, $12K, $12K big blind ante. Ace 10 now for Adamo. Cats with ace jack.
A beautiful spot here for Jefe.
All of it. Pause the king queen of clubs. He's certainly intrigued at the moment.
And
Shove
if he
for 11
just
bigs.
calls here, although he might just send it in. Adamo only has 300 behind. I could see Paul just ripping it through. A chance he folds too, right? I mean, Kerry not exactly notorious for getting it in wide. He's always got a good hand when the money goes in. King, queen suited, though. My God, it's beautiful.
And he is indeed just going to shove.
How much is the first all in again? How much is the first?
This one, 35.
Amazing. Adamo. I mean, how...
Yeah, he's got a read here
yeah,
of some
how does
sort.
he just know that maybe this is the sort of spot he's in where Kerry can have him beat, but Paul can be shoving a little bit wide? Can you have some of these middling pocket pairs? King, queen suited, king, jack suited. Really tough spot for Adamo, just knowing how well he soaks in this sort of stuff.
Adamo started the hand with a little less than 30 bigs.
Potentially, wow, with the opportunity to eliminate 2 opponents if Adamo sticks it in.
Adamo pained by this decision. We'll let it go, and here we go. Kerry Katz all in and at risk.
Okay, king, queen.
And ahead.
Maybe I should fall, I don't know.
With the ace-jack. Against Paul Paw's king, queen of clubs.
That's just a flush one. Sorry?
Can Katz find the double?
Not shot deck, 60-40, yeah?
Yeah, you're way ahead in choice. Yeah.
Oh.
King in the window, king 6 deuce. Katz looking for an ace or backdoor cards to make a straight. It's an 8 on the turn. 8 of clubs also. Paul with the club flush draw. The deuce on the river ends Kerry Katz's disappointing day.
You had me.
He's out in 10th.
Hefe clearly disappointed, extremely competitive.
13 big blind, what you do? King queen suited, small blind.
Oh,
Reject?
Versus him open?
He have 300k. 300.
Happy rejam. Is that Danny Tang who said that?
I think so, yeah. And Paul just giggles, the classic Paul Pois laughter.
And that means that we are down to 9 at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. So we will redraw. We are not done for the day. You heard Paul ask that. No, sir, not yet. So Liam Shurovich against Sam Greenwood in the final hand before our players go to that redraw break. Greenwood, Shurovich, Tim Adams, Christoph Vogelsang, Danny Tang will join Paul Pois, Jake Schindler, Michael Adamo, and Toon Mulder.
It begins in this city.
Back after this.
In this venue. At these tables. 56 players will enter this room, each with a singular goal. Winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
I would say that the Super High Roller Bowl is the best tournament of the year, and I say that with confidence.
$300,000 gets you in. $6 million awaits the winner. Of the one event on Earth for the highest stakes with the toughest field for the biggest money. The 2017 Super High Roller Bowl. This is where it begins.
Let's play some poker, boys.
And back down to the fell.
This feels like last year.
Somewhat, perhaps. A suited connector is a nice hand to have in your small blind 3-betting range versus really any. Oh my goodness.
What about is it nice when this happens? Because this is a classic.
Wow. I mean,
Top set against a straight.
A cooler like this early involving Phil Hellmuth is really astounding.
What sort of run out can Hellmuth possibly get away from here other than 4 to a flush or a straight, perhaps?
The runouts that Hellmuth gets away from kind of slow down the action anyway, were it to be an 8 of clubs or jack of clubs. So,
correct.
Of course, that's nice for Phil. This, it goes without saying, is really problematic, and he does elect to raise the flop, and
oh boy.
Bottom, I'm as random seemingly as Phil can be. When he raises 7, 9, 10 with 2 clubs in a 3-bet pot, it generally indicates strength of some sort. Whether it's...
What's the bottom end of that strength, though?
And Phil, most of the time, would call here on the flop with king, queen of clubs because he doesn't want to have to either get it in or simply incinerate that equity. And Bonomo elects to call, which is...
And he picks up a flush draw to go with his 10 high straight on the turn. Not that he's concerned about being up against jack 8, of course.
Does Phil find that pot control-y check button somehow with 3 10s? I don't think so, although there are vulnerabilities to this hand. Sometimes...
And a lot of cards on the river you don't want to see.
You do want to protect against a lot of cards you don't want to see, but you have to think about the overall scenario in the tournament. Everything comes into play. There are some benefits to checking here, but it's very hard.
60,000.
Justin could easily check jam here, given that he could pick up a variety of draws. 7x of hearts. This is going to be, in all likelihood,
You may want to put the greens on the bottom.
an all-in from Justin, and
oh, I know.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, could king jack of clubs factor in here?
Wait, I'm giving too much information.
Certainly you fear king jack of clubs, or king jack in general, if you're in Phil's seat.
Although check
thing.
Raising the flop with king jack in general,
Same.
less likely, I would imagine, no?
Could happen. Same thing from Justin. You fear running into a straight. My God, there it is.
And it's all in the middle.
Oh my God. I escaped.
Oh man, that's going to be hard to pair the board.
Oh my God.
Hellmuth needs a 7-9 or queen here.
Wow. Threw him out. 30 minutes, go get that.
10 will work as well.
Oh, we'll go take your time.
15. I guess maybe I should have 3-bet you before the flop. I knew you were going to 3-bet me light a lot today.
That's what I do.
I know. Wow, what a flop for you. It was amazing.
That depends on the river card.
No, I said what a flop for you.
Oh my God, wait till people get this update.
And the 3 on the river.
Guys,
oh my God.
Try to outplay me. I'm the best player in the world. I'm just going to re-raise Phil with 8-6. He's going to flop top set, and I'm going to flop the straight.
And the stack sizes begin to increase as the field condenses. I'm sure we'll see some even bigger pots.
Wake up cards.
Ace-10 suited for Czar Rast. That was his online handle.
It was. I've tussled with him many times, both online and live.
You were the takeover.
I still am the takeover.
You still
Ali.
are, okay. I haven't rumbled with you online in so long.
Yeah, I'm around from time to time when I duck out of the country and get that itch.
Of course, online poker no longer available except for specific states here in the U.S. We're talking New Jersey, Nevada.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
A little bit shocking. Certainly disappointing for the big fans of the game.
Everybody's suited here.
Nice guy.
And the board, 2 clubs. Queen 8-6. Rast with the nut flush draw.
Heart with the flush draw and open-ended straight draw, and Cats with a pair of eights.
Serious connection to the board via Rast and Heart. And given that Kevin is sporting a 20-some-odd BB stack, slightly more, I believe. Very likely to be going in here versus Rast.
I'm all in.
All in.
And sure enough.
Of course, the correct play for Kevin.
Call.
And Rast says, I have to call. He happens to have the best hand, and it's got
More
Kevin
like
in pretty rough shape.
A 2-to-1 dog for Kevin, and rough shape indeed.
You still got a bunch of...
Oh, I know I got out. I just didn't want to see that.
Yes, that's true.
It's-
You want to see ace queen.
Yeah.
Don't forget about the red 9. What red 7?
9.
Just put it straight out there. Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Just anything with a club.
Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Got a wrap. A wrap about. The hold'em wrap. Minus the club. That's not my specialty. It's not really mine anymore either. But used to be.
And here's the turn card.
He
It's a
does hit that
five.
straight, so now it is Brian
Come on,
over a
Foxen,
4-to-1 dog hunting for those clubs. Only 7 of
It's your
them.
lucky dealer. You're good.
Just throw it
That's
10
my
face
girl.
down, let him feel it.
That's my girl, huh? Come on, Mad Dog.
And at least there's a...
Hold on, Mad Dog.
Here comes the river. It's a 7, and Kevin Hart.
Hart retains life.
Kicking they Kicking they
111.
Oh, boy.
I believe Vogelsang wakes up with
Can you
aces.
please be quiet? I'm asking
That's-
very nicely.
I'm
You
allowed
can't
to
say
talk.
anything.
Yeah, you can't.
Where is that in the rule?
Can you call the floor,
Floor,
please?
you really can't
Floor.
even say a word.
That's not a rule in poker.
Yeah, it is.
What, talking?
You can't talk right now. Only heads up.
Everybody's getting a little testy, Ali.
Well, listen. A lot of money hanging in the balance.
That's
man.
right.
Stress getting to folks.
Kernick and Coon are
Oh,
about
you're
to
allowed
throw
talk turn
down.
of hand.
10 seconds.
What's the rule?
You are allowed to talk.
Even with three-handed, him left.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can I have 30 extra
Stand
seconds? Because I've been trying to get him
Yes,
to
he
stop talking.
should.
We've been like calling him before.
Absolutely, he should get extra time.
I've used the time to I spent 2
You
minutes
should
trying
have
to
as
get
much time as you want.
115 when he called for the floor. It was a 115 when he called for the floor. I
In
looked.
multi-way pots, even if a player is all in, it's
Okay.
still considered a multi-way
Not a word.
pot.
My apologies. I was
So,
wrong.
how much time was left? So Justin's already used the time extension, so he has until 1 minute.
Here,
Can I
I'll
say
give him.
something?
I'll give him one of my banks. I'll forfeit it.
Can I say something? There was a munch of talking, so he really should almost start over.
So a reasonable,
said that.
Well, let's not get carried away. How many time banks are we going to make up here? You know,
Yes.
Justin, you
That's
agree
fine.
Reasonable? Okay, 30 seconds starts right now.
So it's 648 more to call, right?
648,000 more to call. Yes.
I call.
Paul, you got aces?
Yeah.
You got aces. You wake up with aces there. All right. Just need a red queen, I guess. Damn, that's a good spot for aces, huh? This is my first all-in. All-in call, it is.
So it's sixes against queens against aces for far and away the largest pot that we have seen thus far in this year's Super High Roller Bowl, with not one but 2 players at risk in Vogelsang and El Jefe carry Cats.
the 648 that, or whatever it was that Bonomo just called now, also close. I need some help from the players at home, the very experienced players in these situations. I'm just not sure. My knee-jerk reaction here is that Bonomo did not even need to call that initial 20 bigs, but certainly it's okay. And a lot of drama heading to this flop as Bonomo picks up some 7s.
8, 9, 10, and El Jefe picks up some jacks.
Jefe, Jack and Queen hunting.
Justin did also.
Yeah, I can't worry about
Notice Vogelsang has 50% to win this hand. He's fading 7s, jacks, queens, 6s.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Come on, Taylor, we need a
Just
jack.
the smallest of favorites
Boom.
against the aggregate hands.
What a nice card to see if you're Christoph.
Sure.
What a massive, massive pot this is for him in terms of real world dollar EV.
Right,
I mean, this is
2.263 roughly.
Oh my. Dramatic river. Rip his lip off there, Christoph. Easy.
Here comes the river. It pairs the board and two
Vogelsang
aces
holds.
hold. And that is it.
Deflating for Gary Katz to wake up with 2 queens and chip out of the small blind.
We know not what either player holds, simply that Schindler was the open raiser and Coon defended. Jason has checked it over to Jake, who is going to continue to the tune of 75,000 into the pot of 230.
Hey.
And I think it's a
Insta
snap call from Schindler
Might see
here.
some straight draws from Coon.
Well, it's a bottom set for Jake Schindler.
With a pair of eights, by the way. You do see a straight draw for Coon, which makes a lot of sense.
7-9. And Bonomo, the first man over there to root against Coon. No, that doesn't appear to be the case, but
The hovering over them is a bit odd, but they're all good friends.
It's been fun run either way, boys. I prefer to get there and be a pain in your but sometimes you don't get to.
Hard not to like Jason Coon.
that is the truth. You kind of root for him here, you know? The pain of the money bubble looming over him.
It's hard not to root for him, especially given how many chips Schindler has, that he'll be okay. And
right. Can Jason Coon hit a 6 or a jack to complete a straight, make the best hand, and stay alive, or will he?
All right, welcome back to the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Northern Cyprus. Day 2 of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. Brent, 9 are left, but just 5 make the money at this $250,000 buy-in event, and we're down to 1 table.
Yeah, Adamo, to me, is the very interesting one.
Yeah.
You talk about ICM, right? Top 5 get paid. He's the ultimate short stack. Have to imagine, Jeff, he's going to go for it.
I would think so. Paul Pois is the chip leader. He's got almost 2.1 million. Liam Shurovich and Toon Mulder over 1 million in chips. Jake Schindler, Christoph Vogelsang, Danny Tang, Timothy Adams, Sam Greenwood, Michael Adamo round out what we will call the unofficial final table.
Fair enough.
Look at the payouts presented by ggpoker. 5 are paid. $560,000 to 5th, and that would be how much to 6th place?
Jeff, that would be $0.
$0
out the door. Max Payne.
$3.2 million up top. The plan is to play down to 7 today. So we will hold off that max Payne until tomorrow, where we will show you every hand of the final table. Blind still at 6K, 12K with a 12K big blind ante for a little bit longer. And Ali gets a walk. Start off this unofficial final table, which Ali was a part of last year at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Ended up bubbling that one. That was a $512,000 bubble. Timothy Adams was there as well. Adams finished in 4th in his quest for back-to-back-to-back live Super High Roller Bowl rings.
You have to imagine last year's bubble finish, Jeff, for Ali is it 100% is on the mind.
Yeah.
He has to be thinking about that. You were just here 1 year ago in this sort of spot. Don't do it again.
Oh, he got it in with the ace-deuce suited against Victor Malinowski's ace-king. That ace-king held for Malinowski. He went on to win the tournament.
I don't think we've seen Victor Malinowski since.
Yeah, hit and run. SHRB with ace-queen here.
They're you need to separate them. You can't have them on top of each other.
And he will pounce. We've mentioned throughout the force that Adamo is, the pressure that he applies. Ali, in that same boat, doesn't just 3-bet with the goods. Did have a good one there.
Spurs Talk Show, Jeff wants to know in the chat, what is the best poker book to read that has GTO at its core, or best practices for 2022? I
don't know of any books.
I have no idea.
Oh, no, I do. Modern Poker Theory, Michael Acevedo, for sure. That would be the book.
There you go. Have you read it?
I've read a decent amount of it, working my way through it.
So you haven't
It's not
started.
the easiest read. It's not like a thriller where you can't stop turning the page. It's more like when you have 20 big blinds, you can defend these hands. When you have 22, and defend these.
What about 50?
Well,
we
that's
talk
on
about
the
50?
next few pages.
Really? So you
I
start
like
with
it.
20
It's
and you work your way through 100?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Fair enough.
I think it's great.
I would
book.
have thought
think
that
it does a great job.
Positivity by Phil Hellmuth would have been the most
GTO?
practical GTO book out there for today's game. I guess
perhaps. Good start for Ali Amshurovich at this unofficial final table.
Do they make any picture books?
Picture poker books? I'm just not sure.
I'm a visual learner.
Yeah, I know you're more the...
Not a great reader. Audio books? I can listen.
Oh, yeah.
Need
Yeah,
a
they got
dictionary,
plenty of
but I can
audiobooks
listen.
nowadays. Ali looking for his third Super High Roller Bowl cash, finished 7th in 2018 in Vegas, 2nd at Super High Roller Bowl London to carry Cats.
Start with like 5?
I think 6 maybe.
Tang opens here and Ali has 8s. The cutoff. He'll call. Paul has King Queen on the button.
Interesting spot for Pois.
Yeah.
Could shortly call. Absolutely can fold, or could 3-bet and apply a ton of pressure as the chip leader.
Yeah,
But
that's what I thought
Paul
was
just
coming.
wants to stay out of harm's way. Oh my, what a spot for Adamo.
To have 2 10s here and the big blind has the short stack.
And was Greenwood in the small blind a moment ago with 6s? Or was he? I think he was, right?
Yes.
Surprised he got off of the 6s. He was going to get an okay price to mine even off of that stack. And how about Ali? Just
the snap fold of
instantly
the
folds
8s.
2 8s, I believe. Or did he call quickly? I see 10s on their backs.
Oh, okay. That makes much more sense that he would instantly call. And just threw the cards out face up.
Okay, yeah. There we go. There's the call from Ali.
So it's Adamo all in and at risk with 10s against 8s.
Yeah, 4 of the time.
So far, so good for those 10s. Ali with the backdoor straight draw, but looking for an 8 to bust Adamo. Turn brings another 4. Can Adamo survive? He can.
Yeah.
295.
And just like that, Michael Adamo back in business.
Never a doubt, right, Jeff? Just gets the money in good, up to 632. A little chunk back from Ali. Massive pot that they played not so long ago, and oh so dangerous. The Adominator.
这个起来也麻烦。
Erases the good start by SHRS at this unofficial final table.
The hand of the day. Citrus. Hand of the day. It really is. Yeah. Standing partially over with his open.
King Jack for Adams. The winner of Super High Roller Bowl Australia and Super High Roller Bowl Russia.
Oh, the tractor in first gear at the moment. Looking to rev things up. Got the 4 deuce suited. Big blind, maybe a little defense, Jeff?
Perhaps. Queen 3-3, no hearts.
Oh. 18.
You like it?
Adams bats, Adams wins. What's the biggest storyline from our time in Cyprus? You've been covering the events every day.
It's amazing. I think Tuckman and I started on, gosh, was it the 8th?
Wow. About a week?
About a week now. I mean, Phil Ivey clearly deservedly grabbing the headlines, what he's done. He's only played tournaments here in Northern Cyprus at the Merit as part of the Triton Series and then the Super High Roller Series. During his tenure, looking at the PokerGO Tour leaderboard, the PGT leaderboard, his results after final tabling 5 events, winning 2, have firmly placed him in 2nd place, just behind Ali Amshurovich.
In April, by only playing these tournaments
about
in
a
Europe
2-week
in April.
stretch,
Yeah.
that's it.
That's absurd.
And he is 2nd now on the PGT leaderboard. 5 final tables, 2 wins, approximately $2.8 million in earnings. Now, along with that, there have been some sort of sub-headlines. Ali Amshurovich, he has made 4 final tables, adding on to his total. Jason Coon, also, I believe 6 final tables for Coon on this journey. He's had 3 third-place finishes, 2 of which he took horrific bad beats when the money went in. Otherwise, he could be having a monumental trip, and it's still been profitable at that.
Schindler's flop top pair here. Schindler finished in third in the Triton 100K event. He'll check call. I'm fine with whatever. Super.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we're going to be done early, so it's fine. It's a fun turn card for Greenwood, allowing him to fire a second shell. Keep in mind, he opened this pot. Assumedly would be on a tighter range. 9-7 suited would be towards the very bottom. You have to include 9-8 suited, which now would have made a straight. Kudos to Schindler. You're just not going to get off of top pair. It's the one hand that maybe Greenwood can't fold out. Jack X would consider folding. Are we setting up a triple barrel bluff?
With 222K in the pot and about that behind for Greenwood. Does he go for it here? With the 9 in his hand, as you mentioned.
He's going to do
yes,
it.
He does.
Oh,
almost all of it. From Sam Greenwood. Now the pressure on Jake Schindler. No diamond in Schindler's hand.
And a gruesome spot for Schindler. I mean, look at how wet this board is. Dynamic at that. You have nothing but a bluff catcher with queen 6. Would Greenwood do this with a better queen? I think so, Jeff. I think he would value city something as good as king queen, ace queen.
A relatively quick call by Schindler. His queen is good, and Sam Greenwood is in some trouble now, to say the least.
That is a sick call by Schindler.
Didn't even use a time bank.
No, I know top pair is difficult to fold, hard to make top pair. But my gosh, I really thought Greenwood would earn it with that aggressive line. Now down to just one big.
Yeah, about half that. Jake Schindler proving why he's one of the best. Ace-3 suited for Adams. Paul with ace-queen of clubs. Greenwood is all in with the king deuce. For a little less. Perhaps all options available to Adams.
Yeah, I believe the action is on Tim Adams.
It is.
He is in a spot here with ace-3 suited. I mean, Paul, do we really think he's ever 3-betting a slide
that's
shaft,
true.
right? I think we just get rid of the ace-3 suited.
So, how much I put?
It's Greenwood all in and at risk.
Oh, give me the 28. Give me 22 side pot, the rest inside.
Yeah. Give him 22.
I put 78 first.
But you don't need to.
You give me 22 side pot.
28 because of the.
You raise 28.
Yeah. 28. Give him back. Give him 22,000.
22.
You can pull that back too. There's no point. Yeah.
No, and then the 6 from Danny and the red line too. I only have 6.
Oh yeah, 6 more. 6 more. Yeah.
Figure out the specifics.
I know, but he only has 6.
What about this? I take back?
Take it back. Take it back.
Yeah, that's your.
Okay.
For now.
Okay, 6.
Yeah, but that needs to go back in the pot though, right? But we'll see after.
We'll see.
See after. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just leave it out there.
If I win, I'll have.
Yeah, you win, you calculate how much
If I win,
I
I'll
give
have 42.
Okay, if you win, total 42.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Which unfortunately.
I feel like if you were the tournament director in this spot, you would just have found a way to be on break at this moment. Kind of see what's going on and just kind of excuse yourself.
Oh,
I'd
be taking dinner, Greenwood now. Back in it.
King deuce 2 for it.
It's a big one for him. He gets it back up to 42K.
All right.
I won you.
Oh. Yeah.
Maybe 5.
Counterfeit possibilities now exist. This
Yeah,
ball could find a 5.
My posture more, but when I'm in hands, it's more comfy to like. All right. So
42?
6.
Give me everything.
Is it 42?
Well, Greenwood chips up a little bit. We hear about Jake Schindler's work on his posture.
42.
Hot mics. You familiar with those at all?
I'm very familiar with hot mics, Jeff, yes. I'm also very familiar with poor posture.
Correct?
All right, how about an updated look at the leaderboard? Pawpaw still leads the way. Mulder in second. Jake Schindler has worked his way up to more than 1.15 million. Ali Amshurovich about right there. And then a pretty significant drop-off before we find the stacks of Christoph Vogelsang, Michael Adamo, Danny Tang, and Timothy Adams. Sam Greenwood is the super short stack. All right, a quick break for us. We'll be right back. You're watching Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
It's one of poker's most exclusive tournaments. A $300,000 buy-in feeding a massive prize pool of over $14 million. 48 elite players came to test their skill in a 4-day battle of strategy, aggression, and endurance. This is the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl.
I don't think Chewy's ever been in a market.
Ace 9 in Ivy's hand this time. He makes it 6,000 here on the flop with top and bottom pair. Petrangelo sticking around as the third heart rolls off and gives him the flush. That was a dramatic pause that I put in there as though it wasn't self-evident.
And I think Petrangelo's considering leading as he defends the big blind here.
Yeah.
The 7 of hearts is rich with possibilities regarding Nick's range in form of the 8-10 and all the flushes and some 2-pair combinations. And the idea behind the lead here is that Ivy gets very pot control-y on turns with his ace-X, and we want to simply build the pot with our flushes and charge certain hands that have equity. And oh my, Ivy rivering 9s full of aces. Petrangelo's hand absolutely strong enough to lead here, and he will. And of course, Ivy will be raising either in the form of a shove. He goes so big that it looks like Ivy will shove this river. And Petrangelo is going to go into a tank, probably think aloud as he often does, and we will probably get some inner workings into his poker mind.
And he
graces
has
us
Ivy
with his thoughts.
well covered here.
He does.
Oh, and Ivy.
I like this.
Yeah.
Why not? You know. This is going to be a difficult laydown for Pietrangelo. He might make it, but it's going to be tough. Is Ivy doing this with King of Hearts 10? Is he doing this with
the dry
Ace
nut
7?
flush.
Does Ace 7 ever do this? Queen 8 with a. It's going to be really hard to get away. Let's hear what Nick has to say.
So far it was an F-bomb.
You do now have a bluff catcher, Ali. Phil never proudly does this with something like Ace-Jack, nor a straight.
What about trip nines?
No.
Never.
No,
Ever,
not
ever.
first that sizing. On the end, trip nines are happy to call or turn their hand into a bluff, but again, bluff catcher. I think having a flush here just, it makes it hard. Let's go through range. Ivy has nines full. He has other full houses, given that Nick led turn. So he has the aces, jacks, sevens, all the nines full. That's a very healthy amount of hands. To counteract that, his bluffs are King of Hearts X, some straight draws that had one heart. There might not be enough. Ivy also has bigger flushes. Pietrangelo might find this fold. If you think he's under bluffing things like Ace-7 and King-10 with the King of Hearts, there is a chance Pietrangelo puts this hand in the muck. It's pretty reasonable, frankly. This is a dicey, tough situation.
It's hard for your opponent to have the hearts as well.
But
There's that.
But they're
Is
out
the
there.
line- yeah, and
They're out there.
is this the line that he takes?
I mean, he just calls a lot of his flushes on the end. Maybe the king high ones put it in, but his range is rich with full houses. There are some bigger fluffs and bigger flushes, and the problem is it's not that easy to find bluffs, but Ivy's very capable. King of Hearts Queen, King of Hearts 10. Just other stuff. I don't know. 7-10 with the 10 of Hearts. There's combos out there that you can find, but there are many.
Welcome back to the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in northern Cyprus. It's day 2 of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. We are down to 9. 5 get paid. Sam Greenwood, the short stack, but you think we're in for a crazy spin up from the tickler?
It's unlikely, but if anyone can do it, it's the tickler himself, Mr. Greenwood. Love that sweatshirt. Little tribute to his father. Listen, anything can happen, Jeff. Volatility, chaos.
The
Yeah, what do we got?
tractor is revving up with his hoodie that we've seen before. He's got 700K in chips. Paw is the chip leader, more than 2 million in chips for him. Mulder, Schindler, Amshurovich, Adamo, Tang, and Adams also at this final table. Look at the payouts presented by GG. You see 0 for 6th through 9th, and at least 560K if you make the money.
Remind me, Jeff.
Yeah.
Last year.
Yes.
Who finished Stone Bubble Boy and took home $0?
That would be Ali Amshurovich.
Perhaps a little redemption for
it's a good
Ali.
storyline.
Yeah.
Did double up Michael Adamo, but is still sitting pretty.
And we're still doing a dinner break, right? Because it's possible that we get to 7, I guess.
Possible, yeah.
I think that I can give you the dinner break because Coon can take 2 for that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Just eat at the table, boys. Come on.
We'll allow it. Get some chicken for Mr.
Yeah, well,
Adams.
we know what he's going to get. Chicken with everything.
And Ali probably a green smoothie or something on his weight loss plan. Schindler probably salmon.
Yeah, some sort of lean meat. Schindler's also been getting chiseled lately.
Yeah.
Very yoked. Jason Coon credits himself for all of these players getting in such superb physical conditioning and shape. Did you happen to see Sammy Biscuit, Sam Sovrel's Instagram?
Only because you showed it to me.
But
man,
goodness.
he's getting cut up. Huh?
Holy cow! Yeah, a little too. I don't know,
Well,
topless for me, but
yeah, he was revealing a lot
He
in
is.
the Instagram story, but he's
just ripped.
He's in shape.
Wow, I wouldn't mess with him.
No, you would not.
No,
I wouldn't either.
Yeah. Glad he had a towel on. You missed another highlight this week. I know we've got the Tractor Vogel sang here, but his cousin Tom Vogel sang.
I saw Tom.
He's been playing a number of events. The most beautiful man in all of Europe, by the way.
Yeah.
Also from the Netherlands. Big Mayo guy. He doesn't wear pants.
Yeah.
At the table.
Yeah.
He's pantsless.
No pants.
Awesome shirt.
Great
Sort
shirts.
of Adamo-like,
Yeah.
unbuttoned all the way. No pants.
Just living life.
Living life.
Sure, he's had a nice time in Cyprus.
Oh, you think?
Probably has a nice time anywhere he goes.
He's a lot of great evenings for him. Mornings, too, probably. Anyway.
Pla opens with the King-Jack, and Mulder has the Ace-5 off. And it comes Ace, King, Jack. Top
Ollie,
pair for
baby.
Mulder, but 2 pair for Pla. Pla betting 35,000.
Just guaranteed action, right? Top pair. You're not folding this. You got to come along for the ride. Mulder legit giving it some consideration.
He will check call. Oh, boy. How about aces and 5s now for Mulder?
That is a devastating little 5-ball for Paul Pla.
We'll keep betting, understandably so.
What's interesting, though, Jeff, is that this sort of dynamic, this texture, and when Paul Pla does barrel twice, the only thing that we're beating right now, right, if we think he could have better than 2 pair, or excuse me, does have 2 pair or better, is King-Jack. I'm not suggesting that Mulder may not come with a check raise with Ace-5, but more likely just to call.
Mm-hmm.
Concerned about Ace-Jack, Ace-King, Queen-10, sets, all of that still beating him.
4 spades on the river. Again, a check from Mulder.
And understandably so. I think Paul may fire 3 shells with 2 pair. This is a genuine twist in the chair. What did you just call me twice with?
Does he just go check call, and check call here? This bet is for 125,000.
Well, and again, I think the similar situation for Mulder. We just call. We're worried about
Does
better
indeed.
hands.
Check call the whole way. Nice pot goes to 2 Mulder. And to your point, the ace-x 1 pair hands just check back, either on turn or on river.
Right.
So no reason for Mulder to go blast-off mode. Despite how pretty that ace-5 may have looked. So look at the 2022 PGT leader, William SHRS, also the 2021 champion. It's ace-9, and we'll open here. How about the King of Hearts for Adams? 5-4 deuce.
Uncertain what's under the hood here for Adams. I think we're going to learn a little bit. If he doesn't continue, it could be a hand like King 5 of hearts. King 4, King deuce, any suited king? No, it's
maybe
not.
Just,
maybe like a King 8, King 9. Slide it in, pile it on top, slide it in together.
Hey, the ace 9 with a king and whatever other card could have. Well, it probably doesn't make that much of a hand still.
No.
It's not a good flop for you.
Another look at the leaderboard.
I don't.
Oh, no, never mind.
I think we should talk about PokerGo.
Well, this is your app.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
Yeah.
It's available
Free.
whether I have an Android or an iPhone, correct?
That's true. Right now
I can
in
go
the
to
store.
either store.
Yep.
And I can play alongside Daniel Negreanu and Phil Ethan Maria and Antonio Esfandiari.
That's right.
And I can hear your voice leading us through the adventure in PokerGo
Hall
Hold'em.
of Famer Maury Escandani's in the game. El Jefe Kerry Katz is in the game. They'll sit at our high roller tables. They're taking on action from time to time. You can get in there and play.
And I'm in there.
You're going to be in there soon. We're talking Poker After Dark, High Stakes Poker, U.S. Poker Open, High Stakes Duel. All of those available. How about Friday Night Poker? Remember that show that we did, Jeff? It was great.
Of course, I remember it. I asked
show
for
in
it
the
to come back
history of the
every
game.
day.
Yeah, that's in there. It's all in the game. All the owned and operated shows.
Well, put me
PokerGo.
in on that show in the app.
I will.
Me and Anegs and you.
Yeah, I will. Oh, you want Anegs in there too?
Well, I just think the three of us should be in there.
Get her in the game. Why not?
Give us all a little piece of the pie.
I think a couple points.
Points.
We've already established this. We should just sign a contract.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm ready to sign.
All right.
Just whenever you are.
Sure. Well, I'm going to get fired. Remember the hot mic thing?
Oh, yeah.
This will be my last
the
show.
hot mic thing. Yeah. Well, it was a good career. Good run at it.
Yep.
Schindler opens with the ace-jack. It's the 10-9 of diamonds for Tang.
Can still be in the game, though, I think, Jeff.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a strange look.
No.
I get the feeling this is not going to be the most talkative final table we've ever had.
Not a word spoken.
Get a little bit out of Ali. Boss sometimes. King, Queen, 10. Schindler just flops the stone cold Nutter Butters. And Tang has the pair of 10s, has the gut shot, has the backdoor flush draw.
A little bit of maneuverability. The problem for Tang is that stack.
Yep.
475 behind with already 110 in there. Jake's going to start to build right here with the nuts. We also don't have a ton of great turn cards, right? You're looking for a 10 and a diamond. Uncertain if even a 9 is good for your hand.
7 of clubs on the turn. 180K in this pot.
Also now the ace of clubs in Jake's hand. Could Tang have something like Queen X of clubs, King X of clubs? For all those reasons, we just size it up with the nuts.
Unfortunately for Schindler, nothing really doing for Tang now. He's out of the way. Jake Schindler finished in second place in 2017 at the 300K Super High Roller Bowl in Vegas. The man on the opposite end of the table, Christoph Vogelsang.
I think my tractor's sexy.
Nice.
Yeah. That's his theme song.
Schindler's?
Vogelsang.
We haven't seen Vogelsang in a while before Cyprus, right?
I haven't seen a lot of people in a while.
Yeah.
Been a
tough
situation for poker and places.
What was going
Jeff,
on?
you know, it's been... Oh, Jeff. Sorry. You know, it's...
Sorry, that was dumb.
Do we have to cover this again?
Although the last tournament, the last live tournament that we did cover back in March of 2020 was Super High Roller Bowl Russia.
Yeah.
Won by Tim Adams, beating Christoph Vogelsang heads up.
Another second-place finish for Vogelsang. He's only got 2 wins in his career.
Which
one
every
super
time
high
you
roller
say it,
bowl,
it's
the other
just
one is an
crazy to
It's
think about.
insane. I mean, the guy's got, well, how many, what, $25 million?
Yeah.
Is that right? $25 million in earnings and only 2 wins? It's astonishing. You won't find anybody else on the Henna Mob with a resume quite like that. Look for just, how about $5 million plus in earnings? You will not find a player that has 2 or fewer wins. It's just unheard of.
3%.
Well, I only have 1 win, and a lot of people put Vogelsang and I in the same category as far as quality of players.
Well, you're right, Jeff. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You have been working up very hard on your game.
That much is actually true.
Maybe studying a little too much.
Too much, you think?
Yeah.
Just do like an hour a day.
Well, just keep it simple.
Ace queen for
You know,
Schindler.
a guy like you,
I know
you're
the
a
race.
simple
Yeah,
fella.
that's true. I can't understand all this high-level theory. 2 kings for Toon Mulder.
Oh, boy. Now listen, Schindler, if there's one thing that we have witnessed and we have come to know about him, ICM genius. He's played some ridiculous hands in ridiculous spots and gotten away from these sorts of moments and these sort of cooler environments. Looks like Greenwood's found something to go with.
King 10 good enough for Greenwood and his 30,000.
I'm not suggesting that Schindler would fold here, but clearly like call, out of position, ace-queen. We can play flops just fine. If he does raise, I think ace-queen would be sort of a 4-bet fold candidate, assuming that Mulder would just rip it home. I don't expect he would do it, but let's see. Maybe he is. There it is, 275.
And there it is. 275,000. It's really a 4-bet. We saw Greenwood shove, which messes with the graphics a little bit, but it's a 4-bet by Schindler to 275K. Action back on Mulder with 2 red kings.
I think Greenwood right now understands that he's in deep doo-doo. Trap. Set.
Yeah, it just makes the call.
Queen high flop would be an absolute disaster for Schindler. Looking to dig up a carrot. Can we find an ace?
Not yet, as it comes 10-7-3 with 2 clubs. Schindler does have the ace of clubs. Greenwood flops a pair of 10s. Mulder's king still best.
That side pot now, nearly 500,000 chips.
Schindler betting 175,000.
Greenwood just hoping. This is like an ace-queen versus ace-queen scenario where he is live with that pair. Clearly, you can see the equities. He's got nearly 10% to win the hand. Any 10, assuming that Schindler somehow finds an exit here, which this should do it. His club would now be live.
How much? I think he said 300, but he's got to make it 350.
Yeah, just clicks it back. This is disturbing for Schindler. I mentioned that ICM awareness. Could I have completely jinxed him?
Action on Schindler. And Schindler makes the call. Now almost 1.2 million in this side pot. And the turn is the ace of diamonds.
What is happening? How does that land on the turn? How is Schindler still in this hand? I know the price was right. A misclick by Mulder. Now smoldering, a disaster. Money on fire in the middle for these two kings.
Goes check, check. And the river actually brings a 10.
Oh, hello, Sam Greenwood.
Greenwood's day is not over yet. You see the smirk on Greenwood's face, the raised eyebrows. His tournament life saved by that river 10. Meanwhile, we still have about 1.2 million in the side pot. Schindler 680K behind. Goes check, check. We'll need to see all of the hands. Oh, Greenwood hasn't even...
Oh, no way. He doesn't know what he has.
The first card he squeezes is a 10, and that's good enough. So Greenwood finds the triple up. Schindler wins a massive side pot.
Go one.
I don't know how that really unfolded. I think that Mulder, clearly the misclick, giving Schindler the right price to peel for that backdoor club and carrot. I mean, look at this. 40% of the stack now lost for Toon Mulder.
Still with more than 60 bigs, but what a pot for Jake Schindler.
What's going on?
I don't know, but Greenwood almost up to 10 bigs.
We need a tractor cam, by the way. I just want one locked on Vogelsang and then put it in the upper left corner.
That would work.
To just watch him the entire time.
What other players do you think would be worthy of an ISO cam?
Oh, the master of all memes, that would have been Boldigan.
Boldigan.
For sure.
Sean Winter here
Sean
at the
Winter
PokerGO
with the
studio
crazy eyes, nonstop movement. I'd say Ivy, because we all love Ivy, but he would just be on his phone the entire time.
It would look the same.
Yeah.
Paw opens with the ace-10. It's ace-5 for Greenwood. It says, let's keep the momentum going. Paw quickly calls, and Greenwood will be in rough shape once again.
Well, he can dig his way out of this. All he needs is a 5. It's this. He's right back in it. Folks, he had 6,000 chips just before break. Here we go.
Jack 7-4, a couple backdoor straight draws for Greenwood.
4, 6, 7. Any of those are good stuff.
Turn card. It's a king. Brings in some chop outs with a 7 or a 4. A 5 for the outright win. River card is another king, and the comeback does not continue for Sam Greenwood. He's eliminated in 9th. At Super High Roller Bowl Europe.
Well, that'll do it for Sam. Nice showing. Second place yesterday. Runner-up finish to Daniel DeVoris. And he's out here today at the unofficial final table. I think there's a couple little turbo side events left.
Yeah.
No doubt Greenwood's going to get in there and get jiggy with it.
Greenwood also finished 8th in the first Triton event of this series, the 50K. And 4th in a 50K turbo. So overall, pretty successful venture to Cyprus for Greenwood. Good to see him again. Good to see an updated leaderboard. Paul Poix barely on top. Jake Schindler is right there. Liam Shurovich in 3rd. Toon Mulder in 4th. Christoph Vogelsang, Michael Adamo, Danny Tang, and Timothy Adams rounding out our unofficial final table. The original plan was to play down to 7. We might alter that just a bit.
How so, Jeffrey?
Well, we just might. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Alterations?
We'll see how fast we get an elimination, and go from there.
Uh-huh.
Raise and take it for Ali with the ace-4 suited. That's what I've learned in the studying, Brent, is if you have the ace-4 suited or ace-5 suited, you just throw a bunch of chips in and hope for the best.
No matter what, right? Just get it all in there. Never dead. Flushes, wheels, trips. You're just so live.
Right.
Even against aces.
Right.
Yeah. Explains a lot about your recent results.
Or lack thereof. He's 10 for Mulder. Toon Mulder looking for his first career super high rollerball cash. Wow, with the ace-jack suited. Adamo hasn't played like 3 hands in a row. Think he's getting bored?
It's definitely adjusted, right? I mean, it seems to have tightened up a little bit, but there's been action every hand.
Right,
He
right.
hasn't
And
really
he
had
hasn't
any
had any
spots,
cards.
no cards, yeah.
Vogelsang is the queen 10 suited. A little more than 40 bigs makes the call out of the small blind. 3 deuce off for Schindler, says no thanks, and we're 3-handed to this flop. Ace-6-4 with 2 spades. Poix flops the aces and the ace-high flush draw, which is trouble for Mulder.
Yeah, Mulder continues to smolder. Chips on fire. Inevitably will lose some here. That 10 of spades also doesn't help his cause any.
Checks over to Poix.
One's thick white, right? Yeah, 900.
Betting 50K, Vogelsang out of the way. Mulder calls. Turn brings another 4.
If Poix turns it up here one more time on the turn, Mulder may consider folding ace-10. What sorts of hands would Poix barrel twice? It would almost have to be like a naked flush draw. Otherwise, you're concerned about a set of sixes. There's the check back that's going to cause Mulder problems on the river.
That river's the 7 of clubs.
I love this by Paul Poix. It's now all of a sudden with ace-10, we feel much more confident. Perhaps just in case we're up against ace-jack, ace-queen that didn't 3-bet. We could block this sort of river. You can get value from hands like ace-5 suited, ace-3 suited, ace-deuce suited, which is what Paul Poit can have. 80,000 to perfection. I do believe Mulder may take this line very similar with a hand as good as ace-queen.
Paul just flicking the call, showdown the winner, and extend his chip lead. Almost $22 million in career live tournament earnings for the Triton co-founder. Looking for his third cash on this trip. Finished in 7th in the 100K Triton event. 5th in the short deck 50K Super High Roller Series Europe. Did you get any better with your short deck analysis? Not that you were bad before, of course.
Maybe a little, only because I once again had the opportunity to text and chat a little with Jason Cohn.
Oh, that's huge.
Who's an expert.
Yeah.
Played this one hand with 2 7s against, I think it was Loon, who's one of the Triton regulars. It was 3-way, and it came like king, jack, 6, 2 spades, and Coon, I want to say, had 7 of spades, 7 of clubs, and he bet 200,000 into 150,000. Overbet with that hand in that game. And I thought it was a misclick, but I'll get back to that in a moment because the tractor here is getting fired up.
Yeah, not just with the King of Hearts, but the King of Diamonds as well. Schindler with the ace-5 off in the small blind. The timing will be a bit off here for Schindler.
The
Danny
timing could be
Tang
way
with 2
worse.
7s.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no. Starting the hand with less than 30 bigs. The dynamic here, the button raise. Schindler with a big stack in the small blind, 3-betting.
Very good chance that Tang feels he should move it in here. This would be a tremendous fold if he can make it.
One more peek at the cards.
1 pip higher, 8s, I guarantee it's all in. 7s, maybe close. Certainly wouldn't fault him for stuffing it home.
He is going to go with it, and what a spot for Christoph Vogelsang.
Those bonus bucks in there from Schindler's 3-bet as well.
And we know Vogelsang will have to act this out a little bit with Schindler in there. And there's that shove by Vogelsang. Schindler out of the way, and here we go. Danny Tang all in and at risk and way behind with 2 7s up against Christoph Vogelsang's kings.
Four, 5, 6.
Tang says no need to get fancy here. I'll just take a 7-ball. See if he can spike one on the flop. He cannot. Ace-6-3, though, with 2 clubs is not terrible with the backdoor draws existing for Tang.
7.
And the turn is not great. And Tang needs a 7 to stay alive. River card. It's another ace. Danny Tang's day is done. Tang eliminated. And just a tough spot for him, all things considered.
Really was, you know, the dynamic that you very well established with the button open, Schindler, big stack, small blind. We know it can be a wide 3-bet. 7's just too good of a hand. Tang went with it. Out we go.
We'll listen into this player discussion.
Are we really bagging right now?
Okay, so they bring the bags out as the original plan was to get down to 7, but it looks like we're going to play a little longer. Which makes sense, right? We don't want the final day to take forever and perhaps bring 2 people back.
So wait, we're going to play down until we're 6-handed.
Or until this next level ends.
Okay.
I believe that's what they are discussing right now. With the benefit of delay, we know a little bit more than they know in this very moment in time.
So there's a chance that we just have 6 tomorrow and we're going to see somebody get tortured
Absolutely,
and take home $0.
As you look at the payouts presented by ggpoker.
Gosh.
2 more 0 spots remain. 560K to 5th. That's going to be one of the biggest bubbles of the year.
Anyone in particular, Jeff, that you want to see bubble?
No, come on.
How about you guys in the chat? Who do you want to bubble? Let us know. Yeah, who are you anti-sweating? Thank you so much
players
for,
I could probably think of.
Oh, I'm sure there are.
But not at this table. not actually ones at this table. Sorry, go ahead.
Fair enough.
YouTube.
Anyway, everyone on YouTube, thank
Love you guys
for joining us. Subscribe. Do it now. If you haven't already, press that button. We are oh so close to having 250,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. Would mean the world to us. Click that thumbs up, that like button while you're at it. You show us your support. We will continue to bring you free coverage on YouTube for so many of our majors. And here we go.
7 players remain. 5 make the money. If we do get down to 6, we will be done for the day.
Adamo, how much you have?
585.
Thank you.
So we'll play down to 6 or until the end of the 10K, 20K, 20K level. That's level 12. And we're still at 15K big blind, right? 10K, 15K or the 15K big blind ante.
All right.
So the pot should probably be 35K or should have been for this entire...
So you're saying that they've been playing
it should be 40K.
The wrong level? Or
no,
just
they've
the graphics
been
are wrong?
right. Just our initial graphic has been wrong. Every hand. We'll fix it in post.
Fix it in post, Jeff. That's the beauty.
Some of our editors are listening to this and be like, you got to be kidding me. Mulder flops the open-ended straight draw. Did you hear that? So for this level, there should be 40K in the pot before, like, as every hand starts and they've had 30K. So the numbers have been a little bit off, but on every single hand. Just a note for post.
You should tell Victor's the graphics team.
How much do you have, Tim?
Well, it's
420. 420. Now 405.
Mulder gets a little bit back there. Maybe a little momentum.
So
certainly a confidence booster.
I was just told that you would do the editing. So you'll go back and fix it for
I've
every
never
hand.
edited anything
well,
in my life.
They said it's on you.
Even when we had to edit things back in grade school, I refused to edit.
Not an editor?
Not an editor. I don't know how to edit. Never even learned how to use my pencil eraser. You learn to live with the mistakes, Jeff.
That's true. Adamo has been itching to get involved. He has the ace-8 suited, and Vogelsang's hot run continues. He has ace-king.
Oh, no. Not ace-8 suited for Adamo when he's about to get 3-bet. The last time this happened, he doubled up Ali Mshurovich. Here he'd be at risk of going broke.
The 3-bet to 85K.
Oh, boy. He's got that look, Jeff. Dangerous dingo, the Adominator. One of the most fearless poker players on the planet. Here we go. I'm nervous. It's also the sort of strange dynamic where Vogelsang just won a massive pot. Here it comes from Adamo.
The non-all-in 4-bet to 155,000. That's pretty crafty.
It is. It allows him to get away for the times that Vogelsang 5-bet rips. But remember, Vogelsang just won that massive pot with 2 kings. Now he's 3-betting essentially the next hand. Does the guy really have it 2 hands in a row?
All in.
And he does indeed have it. Does 5-bet shove. That'll send Adamo's hand into the muck.
The tractor, baby. Heating up. He took his time on that hand, Jeff, didn't he? Very slow-moving tractor.
That's true.
First gear.
Doesn't get revved up that much.
I need an oil change. I got to speed that sucker up. Fine-tune the engine. Needs a mechanic. Well, at least we got the tractor cam. They listen to me. They're just going to leave it right on.
That's true. We'll stay with Vogelsang.
I can't get the little ditty out of my mind whenever we come back to the tractor. Sit back, my tractor, sexy. Yeah, you know, it's just, it's there. I don't even listen to country music. Was that in a commercial or something for John Deere?
I just don't know, sorry. Mulder opens and Adam says queens.
Uh-oh.
That I do know.
Yeah. Mulder is back.
His non-all-in 3-bet to 115,000. Mulder makes the call. 260K in the pot. Adams with 275K behind.
Bit of a fade now for Adams. Thought Mulder might let it go, but got a nice price.
Ace 9-7.
Not great, clearly, for Adams. Would Mulder have done something like this with ace 10, ace 8 suited, ace 9 suited?
Down bet 35K.
Just such a small bet. Nearly 300,000 now in the middle after that 35K. I don't think Adams wants any sort of resistance. Just wants to win it right here. Mulder doesn't look to be done, Jeff. Would he ever put in a smallish size raise? No. Woo.
That would been
Would've
quite insane.
Sick. No club in his hand, seemingly targeting exactly queens. So hard to think your guy could have two jacks when you've got one in your hand.
There's one for Timothy Adams. Looking for super high roller bowl cash number 4.
And you got to give credit to Adams for that sizing pre-flop rather than just stuffing it all in, where a hand like King Jack would likely fold. He finds a 3-bet sizing that earns him additional value in action. Max value, I would say, for Mr. Adams. Sandy Sanchez in the chat agrees. He got max value, though. He's a legend. Totally agree with you, Sandy. Thank you for joining us.
Tens for Schindler. Ace 9 of clubs for Mulder. Mulder entered today second in chips. Schindler entered the day in last.
Really?
Yeah.
How short was he?
He was at 93,000 in chips.
What a spin up for Schindler today.
3-bet by Mulder with the ace 9 suited to 100,000.
And already history between Schindler and Mulder. We saw not so long ago in a massive pot that went to Schindler with his ace queen, cracking Mulder's 2 kings. A strange one at that.
Schindler makes the call. Mulder flops an ace.
A little redemption for Mulder now. Not great for Schindler. I think he knows Mulder has plenty of ace-X's that he can be 3-betting with pre. Maybe even a hand like King-Queen off, King-Jack off.
That's just 25K. Schindler will continue with the 10s at that cost.
Such a cheap price. And how about this little diamond now?
Does turn the flush draw, does turn the gutter. Checks once again to Mulder.
And concerning for Mulder, right? Maybe we are worried about being up against King-Queen. from Schindler. Could he ever have ace-jack, ace-10, having us notched?
Check, check. River brings another queen. Mulder's hand is best.
The 10 of diamonds really is a key card for Schindler. Ace-10 off likely. A fold pre, but ace-10 of diamonds certainly would have peeled.
Mulder happy to check back. Showdown the winner. Nice pickup, perhaps a much needed pickup for Two Mulder there.
Yeah, he can breathe now. Sees he got a little bit of revenge when Schindler cracked his kings. Extremely talkative table. These guys just won't shut up, Jeff. Makes this frustrating.
So we better play some music, get to the leaderboard. Tired of hearing them, you know?
Yeah, and play a little jazz while you're at it, you know?
Jazz.
Really
We're going to work
mellow it
on
out.
getting the super high rollerball music, though.
Yeah.
It's our goal for day 3.
It's picking up here. Listen to
Paul
this.
Poit with more than 2 million in chips. Schindler and Vogelsang about neck and neck for second. Ali in 4th. Toon Mulder, Timothy Adams, Michael Adamo round out this final table. Great hosts at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino. Terrific staff and unbelievable dealers. Some of the best.
Certainly are.
I agree.
Indeed.
Yep.
Just feel like next year we should start today making a case for us to attend live at this event.
I agree with you, but we started in 2019 with the Super High Roller Bowl Bahamas stuff, trying to get us to travel.
Jeff, you know, we could be a part of this entire
and I mean,
venue.
the guys would love it. You know, Adamo would love to hang out with us.
Set up a little desk for us, somewhat nearby, but not too close.
But kind of close at times.
Grab them to come over and join us, talk to them. We
yeah.
can make some. Oh, it's endless what we could do there.
Adamo could use us for like some hand reviews. You know, if he wants to go over some things, we could talk.
We could do those really creepy hot tub pics like Ali Najad did, where you just see the top of his forehead.
Perfect.
And
yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, I love when Ali does that, by the way. It gets real weird on social.
Instagram things are great. Always has a nice seat on the plane.
Always has a nice plane.
True.
Guy's not going to be flying coach. I mean, he's first class.
No, the whole way. And we'll go coach. We'll coach middle seat back row to Cyprus.
I'll go with the luggage. Put me down below. More legroom probably for me.
I wonder what it's like to sit next to you on a 14-hour flight.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Let's do it.
You think we'd gamble the whole way?
We just one of us would run out of money, probably.
Play some Chinese.
Not much to gamble with, and then one of us would be
Pineapple.
Busto.
Yeah. I'm sure we could borrow money from someone on the plane.
That's true. That's true. We'll be fine.
A lot of rich people going over there.
But they're sitting so far ahead of us, it might be an inconvenience to walk all the way the front of the plane. Adamo's check raised here with the open-ended straight draw, no diamond.
Comes back with the 3-bet to 120. Oh, my goodness gracious. What do we have going on here?
We have perhaps the 2 best players in the world.
Oh, this is just bananas.
That round goes to Aleem Shurovich.
mean, that was utter ownership. I'm not even really certain how to spit that out, what we just saw from Ali with a 3-bet. I suppose we
With
just
the
don't have
ace-9, no
any
diamond.
value whatsoever in calling that, so we think that maybe we just put in another raise. It
You
looks
get so many
super
folds,
strong,
yeah.
and we get tons of folds, even from, you know, high equity hands like Adamo had, open-ended. My goodness.
Seven are left, 5 are paid. Stop for the day when 6 remain, or if we make it to the end of this next level, the 10K, 20K, 20K level. Ali opens to 35K with the King 8.
Just has this sort of vibe like Ali's about to take over.
Yeah.
That hand.
We've seen it before, and
that was
feels
filthy.
like that.
Hood down.
No longer rocking the Dragon Ball Z hoodies?
I don't know, Jeff. They've been there a number of days. Maybe he's only owned so many where we got to put some in the wash.
But have you seen him wear the Dragon Ball Z at any? I haven't.
I think he and Rokostisha,
when they were at that one,
they were there together, and they both had on. I thought they were both Dragon Ball Z.
Were they?
hoodies.
Okay.
I could be
I just
wrong.
haven't seen it. Developing storyline. We'll be sure to keep you all posted.
Yeah. Still have yet to watch a Dragon Ball Z episode. I've never watched one in my life.
Yeah, and at the U.S. Poker Open, producer Aiden said that I don't think he was wearing any of the Dragon Ball Z hoodies.
Maybe that was just a 2021 thing. 2022
or a
is
whole
the
life
year of a
thing
new.
Until 2022, and then
remember, he's lost all that weight,
slimmed
so
down.
those hoodies were big.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, be extra baggy.
We're going to inquire about that. If he makes it to tomorrow.
Tractor's asleep. Christoph!
Tractor!
Hey! What? Christoph!
Rev it up! There he is.
There we go. Yeah, we got him. Yeah, we got him.
Schindler, the King 8 of spades. Blind versus blind here. Schindler checks. Oh, wow.
Hello.
10, 9, 7 with 2 spades. So Schindler flops the flush draw and the open-ender. Top pair for Vogelsang to go along with a gut shot.
Schindler just trying to look at Vogelsang. He's completely blocked him. He's got the paw up over the hat, the neck hood, the mask underneath. Can't get anything out of Vogelsang right now. Both players go check, check, despite this monstrosity.
Queen of diamonds on the turn.
Maybe he's nodded off again, Jeff. Just checking here. Christoph, are you
Tractor?
Maybe kick him under the table. Yeah, he's asleep. That's confirmed. It's hard to hear things, too. When the tractor's all fired up, it's extremely a loud vessel.
Did check. It did go check, check. King on the river. Schindler's kings are best.
Really thought we were going to see fireworks. Instead, this pot remains dinky. 45,000 in there. Horrible run out for Vogelsang.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's left us. We're going to have to, I don't know if we can talk to the crew about getting them some coffee. Oh, there we go. Maybe a little value town for top pair for Schindler. Targeting a 10, queen 9, 7. Unlikely we're up against a jack. I think we would have heard from some sort of jack X hand from Christoph at this point.
Focusing does pay him off. Little value for Jake Schindler.
Well, he can go back to bed now, which is a good thing, right? Take a little snooze. He's on the button. A lot of hands we can sleep through.
We heard Schindler say to somebody on the reel that he was A, working on his posture, but B, was crashing.
Yeah, my favorite spot I've ever been to by far. You? Yeah.
It's a long series, man. These guys going out there playing every Triton event, every super high roller series, and now the bowl.
That's still restrictions.
Long days.
But yeah, I'm gonna go as soon as I can. You were a big fan? Yeah, that was really cool. What was your favorite thing you did?
I just went with my wife and we just ate a bunch of sushi and we went to Kyoto, Osaka, Tokyo. And just going around the town.
Yeah. Seeing everything.
Yeah, just
fucking amazing.
Just walking.
Dude, the people are so cool too. Like everybody's like just doing their own thing, like not getting anybody's way. Like everybody's super respectful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's different. It's just all you need to do is just walk around. It's so different.
Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt the rare table talk, but Schindler has King Jack. Makes it 55K Mulder with the ace-3 at diamonds.
I didn't pick up any of the chatter. I don't know what they were discussing.
They were talking about visiting Japan.
Fucking mess. It was so cool to be a part of it.
Mulder makes the call. 984, no diamond. Dylan Weissman in the chat. Hey team, quick question. Do you have to use both cards from your hand, or can you only use one? It's like he's a PLO player or something. Saw Dylan made the trip out to Cyprus to fire the PLO events. Deuce on the turn, wheel draw for Mulder. Six farts on the river, Mulder's ace high is best. Check, check, Mulder wins.
These guys just, not only are they acting, they look tired. They look
Kinda do,
completely
yeah,
wiped,
yeah.
right? I mean, even Ali is usually high energy when he's playing. I know we're dialed in and we're
Of
nearing
course.
the bubble. We are essentially on the bubble. But these are some long days. These players are all going to be happy.
I mean, you said it, the first Triton event was at the beginning of April, and it's April 14th now. So to go day after day after day with high-stakes poker tournaments, that's going to wear on you both mentally and physically.
Jason Coon was in tremendous physical shape.
Yeah.
Was talking about how these trips are just too long.
Fair.
For them, you know. But then it had me thinking, I mean, are they though? I mean, the World Series of Poker is 2 months long.
Right.
Everyone's tired during the World Series. Aren't we used to that? Maybe the high rollers aren't because they don't play these long schedules.
That's true. And we understand a bit of a different process that these pros go through versus the Jeff Platts and Brent Hankses of the world.
Yeah, I mean, they're 2-day events, really, for the most part. I know Super High Roller Bowl is a 3-day event, but every other event, they're 2 days. It's not exactly a long structure. There's small fields.
Right, but I just feel like their studying process combined with what they think about every hand, they go through a little bit more than we do.
Well, when you say we, you mean you and I, but
yes.
I wouldn't say that that's the case for your tournament professionals that come out and battle every summer at the World Series.
Yeah, true.
I mean, those are much longer.
Hey, speaking of the World Series, we will, of course, have coverage on PokerGo throughout. And, Brent, and this is big, we'll be in the booth together for the first time.
Can you believe that?
In World Series of Poker history.
We finally got some gigs, huh?
And some good gigs at that.
We really did.
More to come on that.
Ooh.
Oh.
You going to get sidelines again?
I believe so.
Oh, yeah.
I believe so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they got to give that back, right? You're an award-winning sideline reporter.
That is true. I did win the Global Poker Award for Best Broadcaster. Yes, I don't mean to brag, but since you mentioned it, I thought it's relevant to the conversation. Focusing and Schindler both with ace queen. SHRS the queen 5 suited. And look at this from Ali.
Yeah, he has that sort of takeover mode, right, that we alluded to. He is attacking the tractor. He is attacking Schindler. I think he knows that you're just going to get called a lot, even by hands as good as, you know, ace-jack, ace-queen. Maybe ace-king comes in with the 4-bet. Certainly we saw Schindler 4-betting ace-queen earlier as well, although a different situation as another player was already all in for less. Ali also will be the first to act in the event that he is just called here. Out of position. There's also, remember, we have seen how tight some of these guys can be in ICM spots. Wow. Look at this. There's one ace-queen in the muck. Schindler, exactly who I was talking about earlier, understanding ICM oh so well. Holding on to that sort of 1.5 million stack, just print money. Maybe in position we do call and police and sheriff the situation. But you're up against the beast that is Ali. He makes your life miserable, much like Adamo. These players have a tendency to go for it. Ali was the stone bubble last year.
And Schindler, not just policing the situation, 4-betting to 350,000.
This is beautiful by Schindler. Under-repped indeed by just flatting the ace-queen. He reverses it, says, all right, come at me, Ali. Here's your 4-bet. What do you think I have?
All in.
Wow!
No way. No
Ali
way.
rips it in there with the queen 5
way.
suited.
How does he do it? He just pulls the trigger with that hand in that spot. Oh, my gosh. Ali, I'm SHRS.
That'll take us to a break, and we need one after that. And SHRS now second in chips with more than 1.7 million. We'll be back after this. You're watching Super High Roller Bowl Europe Day 2. Stay with us.
One of poker's most prestigious high roller tournaments is back.
With a $300,000 price of admission and a $3.6 million first place prize, luring 36 of the game's elite to a 3-day fight on the felt. But only one will follow in the footsteps of Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, and Justin Bonomo as the next champion. Their journey starts tonight at the 5th installment of the Super High Roller Bowl.
Is protect yourself at all times. I got to bet yes.
That was grimy. And I feel like it's grimy in a cash game. But to say you got me or you got it or I can't call or any of these sorts of things.
If you look somebody in the eyes and you're like, you got me, and then you get a read and you're, no, you don't call. Yes, it's a little grimy, but at the same time, I wouldn't do it. I'm not advocating for angle shots, but it is protect yourself at all times.
So fair or foul?
Always say, foul in an icky moral way.
Fair in a technical way?
I don't know if it can be defined with just the fair and foul. It's gross, but it is protect yourself at all times. Make sure they fold if you're out there, if you're not sure.
Makita's not looking to protect himself as he has flatted Negreanu's 5K open with 2 9s, or perhaps it is in the interest of protecting himself, or his chips rather.
I can really do it.
Not looking to bloat it pre.
I was thinking like either bet in the dark or check in the dark, but none makes sense. Bet in the dark would be sick. Neither makes sense.
Like throw out 15K, that'd be sick.
Yeah, 15, just bet 5 in the dark. I don't know, man. I have to look, see what comes. Okay, we've got some to work with here, right? You and me. Let's go. We got 6s, we got 7s, we got 8s, we got straight draws, we got flush draws, we got all kinds. So what we got to do here is put one blue chip in. Go ahead.
5-9.
I can think of a card that would create some spiciness.
Or more. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Definitely.
And that, of course, the king of clubs.
Okay, I know. I'm not asking for advice.
And the next table to break.
Yeah, I did, though. Yeah, he's a Oh, man. You don't like that bet?
So,
I can't
our
ask
table's
you.
the next to break. It is the next to break. Okay. So in the event that we break it,
Against the rules. Rules.
Bads weighs his options.
You should. 16.
Comes with 16.
Fine, 16,000. This guy, I knew it. I knew this frickin' flop. He was
Daniel calls. No, Daniel under the gun
do it to me, man.
Kind of
Come on,
repping
I got
the
good
pair.
cards.
He can have some of the stuff like this, but
Do we leave the feature on this
does have some big pairs here, given this line. And
Wow.
in she comes.
And Negreanu knuckles, by the way, turns the stone nuts, and it's going to look a lot like he's worried about the 4-liner here with his range.
Of course. Negreanu can have 10-10. He can have the Jack-10 suited.
Feel it. So good.
I think Bats bets this, Nick.
Right now.
It's a great hand.
10 seconds.
We see.
Yeah, buddy.
It's a little under a 3-1 dog running into the absolute disaster bazooka of the world.
You think he just checks back so he can call all bets on the end?
Aces, kings, and queens are now bowing out. We might be well served to check.
9s full on the end
the turn
for Makita.
brought it away.
The turn and
the
how
river brings it back in, and yeah, tough one for Daniel.
Switch it up now.
It's actually going to be tough for Daniel to give Makita credit for a boat. The nut straight is strong here.
Not that many boats, Ollie. Exactly right. It's very strong.
I played good cards.
That's right. That's some very
pretty good cards. Good card.
60,000.
That's really bad news for me.
60?
Ooh, I was going to do it to you really, for real, on the turn. I was really going to do it to you on the turn. All right, I need a minute for this one.
If he folds this, Ollie,
you bet on the flop?
I'll be pretty blown
16,
away.
16, 32. Well, none of that matters. You either got it or you don't. Question is, what could you have that?
10 seconds.
It is under the gun one.
Full house makes
Guarding
a lot
the positions.
of sense, right?
7-handed.
I'm going to use one of these because I'm going to take my time. So, full house. Which full house? Let's see, 7s or 8s? 7s or 6s? 6s or 7s? You would check back the turn for sure. 60,000 now. I think my hand might be too good to fold, but ho-hum.
Let it go one time, Daniel.
What do you have, though? Raise me on that flop. Not that, because you bet that. Yeah, I think you just have a full house, bro.
Whoa.
Or a really solid, crazy next level bluff. Or maybe you just have a 10.
That's the thing. Weird.
See what you're
10 seconds.
Does he come with this?
I still haven't made up my mind yet, so I'll use it.
No, he comes with the second time extension.
Sure, so, I raised, that was the button, so I was under the gun here. So I don't have... Budyakovsky, good player. Good player. If I bet less, I would have paid a long time ago. Now,
60 into
I'm
47.
gonna try to win, like you said. I'm trying to win. Otherwise, I wouldn't use 2 of those.
10 seconds.
Oh, do it, Daniel. What a fold. Awesome.
Wow.
7s or 6s. 4s? Find out.
6.
Beauty. Oh, wow.
Oh, what a rough spot from Jake.
Cooler alert.
Yeah.
Well, we are still buzzing about the hand we just saw that took us to break. We're back from break now at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in Northern Cyprus for day 2 of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Jeff Platt here with Brent Hanks. Brent, the 5-bet shove by Ali Mshirovich with the Queen 5 suited.
You think you've got what it takes to play with the best? I think again, Ali Mshirovich is taking over this final table at the moment. Took a play right out of the Phil Hellmuth playbook, Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. He's up to more than 1.7 million in chips. Paul Ploy is the chip leader. Look at the payouts presented by ggpoker. 2 out of our remaining 7 will leave this tournament with nothing. 5 will make at least $560,000, and up top in this one, $3.2 million. Ali may be second in chips, and I say this with all due respect to Ploy, but you got to figure at this point, Ali is most certainly the favorite to win this tournament.
Well, he has to be, considering the skill set, his domination at final tables over the last few years. $18 million earned since 2018. Only 1 score. More than $1.5 million as well. I mean, the guy's unstoppable.
Adamo 7s. Back from break at 10K, 20K with the 20K big blind ante. I know Schindler and Mshirovich are good friends, so you got to figure, especially with this being streamed, that Mshirovich told Schindler over break what he had. And I would have loved to see that reaction.
I don't know if he told him.
You don't think so?
I mean,
if he's going to find out, and you think he made him sweat it out a little longer?
If I'm Schindler, I might not even ask. I don't want to know. Just let him believe that, I think he wants to believe that Ali just had the goods, right? Like ace, king, kings, aces. That's it.
I don't know what you're talking.
Maybe they know. Jake looks rattled, right? His face,
yeah,
his whole demeanor and presence has
look
changed. Like, dude, what did you do?
Looks like he got told. Thank you all so much for joining us on YouTube, by the way. Very much appreciate the support. And Brent, we have hit 250,000 subscribers on our PokerGO YouTube channel.
I love that. Thank you all so much for subscribing. It's not too late if you want to join the party. Click subscribe now, but we have done it. 250,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel.
Unbelievable. Thank you so much for the support. Congrats to the crew, the staff at PokerGO. Put such hard work into this YouTube channel. 250K is absurd. Most importantly, of course, thank you all for watching. We will play down to 6 or to the end of this level, whatever comes first. Ali opens here with the king 4 of spades. Ploy just calls with the 10s out of the small blind. It's Adamo with the queen 9 of hearts. He will call as well.
45, right?
King 4 deuce with 2 hearts. 2 pair for SHRS, the flush draw for Adamo. Now he bets 35K.
And Paul Pois with the 2 10s under rep, right? He's not done. He's going to peel. Now a price laid for Adamo with this flush draw. 35 to call. Or do you think it could ever go fold-fold if we just rip it through with the queen-high flush draw? I think he's worried about one of these guys at least having a king.
10.
He's going to go with it. He's committed.
Makes it 110,000. He makes the call. Now pull out of the way. The turn is the 3 of hearts. Adamo turns a flush.
Obviously not ideal for Ali. I think he understands Adamo has a lot of flush draws. When he check raises, enough money was in there, creating a larger pot. Simply not going to fold top 2 here, though, with King 4. Just got to pay him off, I think, Jeff.
Adamo bets just 60,000.
Oh, that's interesting. Trying to get as much as he can out of Ali. And it's a great price. If we think that Ali actually has, you know, King X here, let's give him King Jack. Likely to have the Jack of Hearts. We know it can't be King Queen with the Queen of Hearts. We have that in our hand.
And Ali will just shove here. Adamo makes the quick call.
Wow.
And we'll just have to dodge 4 outs on the river to double up. If Ali can find a way, day 2 is done.
Top 2
But the river is a deuce. And Michael Adamo just will never go quietly into the night, will he?
No, he won't, and that's a problem for everybody when Adamo is still here. Absolutely electric table right now. 2 of the world's best. More than 2. I shouldn't say that. They're all elites, but Adamo and Ali, when these 2 collide, when they're at a final table,
at this point.
Yeah, this is must-see poker TV right here.
Blue chip's worth 5K, white chip's worth 25K apiece.
Miss Dill?
Little misdeal? Yeah, that happens, Jeff.
PokerGO Hold'em is here. It's in the App Store, whether you have an Android or an iPhone or a BlackBerry.
BlackBerry?
You can, well, yeah, okay, maybe not if you have a BlackBerry. Play alongside Daniel Negreanu, Phil Helmuth, Antonio Sfandiari, Maria Ho. Listen to my guy Brent Hanks, the voice of the PokerGO Hold'em app.
You can also go to PokerGoHold'em.com and
you can
download
play
it
on
right
the
on your
computer?
desktop or your Mac. Yeah.
I should do that. So we can stream it on Twitch.
You want to stream?
Or YouTube.
Stream it anywhere you want,
Great.
Jeff. Yeah.
Adams opens. Jack 9 suited for Adamo. Adamo, a man of few words. It's very cliche to say lets his chips do the talking, but it's also true when it comes to this man.
I mean, look at this guy. Just an animal.
Pains him to fold the Jack 9 suited. Vogel saying with the ace 10 in the big blind. He'll defend. Adams flops a queen. Vogel saying found a way out of his slumber to check.
I'm just happy he's with us here. He left us not too long ago. He's completely out cold. This table. Long days on the farm. Oh, there it is. The classic Vogel saying, let's roll up the neck, turtleneck.
30.
I mean, this is sort of ridiculous, right? He's got every inch of his body covered. It'd be great if he just showed up tomorrow. You ever see the full Green Man suit?
Yeah.
Just puts that on and plays.
I mean, the hat, the glasses, the mask, and the zipped up hoodie, or not zipped up, but you know what I mean, pulled up hoodie.
And the weird, like, thick rope strings, too. You know, everything
Right.
about it. It's like he's got walrus tusks. And I love the tractor. Don't get me wrong. I love this guy.
You coined him the tractor.
Yeah.
As our guy Donnie Peters says in the YouTube chat, you guys should all join the PokerGo Discord, discord.gg/PokerGo. Donnie and Remco are in there. The commish, Tim Duckworth is there. Hanks, you're there. I'm there. You talk poker strategy. You can have a little watch party, whether it surrounds high-stakes poker or Super High Roller Bowl Europe. You can talk about the podcast with Donnie and Remco. That's awesome. Not sure what that podcast is called, but it is awesome. You can send your short deck hand histories to Hanks.
Information for all the players. We have starting in 5 minutes. 50,000, 50K non-limit order, 30 minutes blind.
Well, they're starting a 50K in 5 minutes, if anybody wants to jump in Cyprus.
Yeah, they're running turbos. 50K. I mean, can you imagine?
Just like, let's just splash around.
Let's get
for,
this over in a few hours,
one,
fellas. Everybody pony
Everybody
up
got
50K. Unlimited re-entry.
Take advantage of Alfred.
Vogel saying, let's go with the ace-9 and the small blind.
Can't you just picture Vogel saying right now, those beautiful beaches, the coastline there, Northern Cyprus by Merritt. Just imagine looking out your hotel room window and you look down at the beach, gazing out at the ocean, and you see Vogel saying just strolling by on a walk. But that's his outfit.
Maybe some sunscreen on the nose.
Little tip of the nose, white. But that's his outfit. He's just completely covered up with the walrus tusk hoodie, the hat.
I could see him going for a morning run on the beach.
And some real small shorts.
Small short shorts.
We can't see what
like
he's got down
John
below,
Stockton,
but it's
like shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, Adams with queens. Our numbers are a little off. Bottom right corner of your screen. The pot size to start the hands at this level is 50K. Getting that fixed right now. I'm SHRB with the ace-5 suited.
How does he know?
Just flings it into the muck.
I mean, of all the times we've talked about ace-X suited being
on it.
3-betting type hand, how does he yeah.
Or at least calls behind. Used his opens and 4-bets, but oh, he's just like, nope. Just so locked in. Mulder with King Jack in the small blind. Ace, King, Queen. Set of queens for Adams. Mulder with the pair and the Broadway draw, and 3 to the Royal, not just any 3.
Dynamically drenched flop, this texture. Expect Adams to be sizing up with a set here. I don't really know if Mulder loses too many chips, Jeff. Maybe we call once with that pair, with that 3 to the Royal.
Adams does bet 80K. Sizing up like you said.
Especially at these stages. I understand that Mulder playing wider defense from the big blind than most positions at the table, but you know, we're right near the money. Ranges are tight, unless of course your name is Ali Mshurovich. So when this flop sort of texture occurs, just size it up. You're probably going to get a little bit of action.
6 of clubs on the turn.
Little uncomfortability there for Mulder. You see him shift around. Now fixed on Adams. How much? Watching his hands and his chips. Probably a one-and-done situation for Mulder. So hard for Adams to have any kind of bluff here. King Jack just in a terrible spot.
Betting 200,000 here. So what time is that for us tomorrow? Got it. I'll mention that at the end. Mulder check calls once more. And the river is a jack, so it's 2 pair for Mulder. Adams' set is best, 665K in the pot. Adams with 230K behind. And Adams will just check back.
I'm pretty surprised with Mulder's turn call. I'm not sure. I know these guys play a ton, and I know that they're all capable of having bluffs. I don't see any there
with his relatively tight pre-flop range to begin with.
Yeah, off a shorter stack, opening here at the table. I just don't. Maybe a misstep there by Mulder. Perhaps not. Clearly, these guys are all elite. I'm not.
Thank you for clarifying.
I'm just an idiot, Jeff. Let's face facts.
That's a little harsh.
But I think it's a fold. I do.
Yeah.
That's me.
Adams looking for his third super high roller bowl ring. Justin Bonomo also has 3. Adamo with the ace-king suited.
Uh-oh. Give this guy a premium.
Yeah,
look out.
It's got to be frustrating for Adamo when he does pick up a premium to open.
Yeah.
Have no action.
And I think it's quite the opposite against him, right? People aren't going to overfold. They're going to call him wider because of his image. But we talk a lot about his craziness and his aggro style of play, but he clearly adjusts given the circumstances and the situation.
And maybe adjusts and adapts better than anybody else.
Takes full advantage of that image, right? Yeah.
As we've seen plays from him that we just have not seen from others before. Like he's seeing what everybody else is doing and just going levels beyond that, seeing what he can do to adapt and adjust to them, to the best in the world. Shravan in the chat asks, why isn't D-Nex playing? Negreanu was close to making the last-minute trip to Cyprus to fire off. Decided against it.
What do you think held him back?
I don't know.
Certainly not going to be the flight situation, right? He could
be
buy his own airplane if he wanted.
Right. He'd be fine there. Maybe he's just gearing up for the PGT heads-up showdown.
Could be. Maybe cozy on the couch and watching the rest of the hockey team. I don't think the Golden Knights are making the playoffs, right?
Well, there's still a couple weeks left of the regular season, I believe, but I think you're right as of right now. Mulder opens with kings. I'm Shurovich calling out of the small blind with 7s. And Poix calling out of the big blind with the 5-4 off. Jack 6 deuce. Kings are best. Gut shot for Poix.
Extremely dry flop. Mulder thrilled. This texture, maybe we don't get too much action, but if I'm Ali with a couple of 7s here, looking at this texture, I'm certainly not done with the hand. But then again, he is an absolute certified genius in these situations. Have to assume that a clean 7 is for sure good. Unlikely to be up against top set. Plottis, little gutter to the nuts now being laid a price.
35K into 210 in the middle. He will indeed come along. And he will turn a pair of fives. One pair now for everybody.
And I believe the graphics.
Yeah, they just haven't moved on
Little bit
to the
off.
turn.
They were there, and then they're not. Yeah, here we go. We'll catch up. And
okay, we know it's a 5 on the turn.
Moment. How much is Mulder betting now on this 5?
It went check, check. Here we go. 125,000. Volley out of the way. Pois still not done, it appears. Does make the call. The river delivers another 6. 495K in the pot. Mulder 370K behind.
And not a good card for Mulder. He's probably concerned that Pois has like a 6-4, 6-3 sort of holding, right? He would have had a pair, turned a gutter, and then peeled the river. We can see it's 5-4, but I am overly concerned about this 6 of diamonds on the river if I am Mulder. I might be just content with showing down a couple of kings. Unless, of course, we're worried that, not worried, but we think that Pois can certainly have a lot of jacks here and targeting that. If he does bet, I would expect it to be on the smaller side where in the event that we ever were to get raised, we could fold. The problem, look at the stack. He's only got 370, Jeff.
He is going to look for some more value.
He says, the heck with it. I think it's a jack that I'm up against. I'm not worried about that 6. Really giving this some consideration. He clearly doesn't think that Mulder has a jack. Doesn't think he has any 6s. Perhaps he feels he's being bluffed.
Be a pretty bold bluff, right? Considering 3 players were in the hand to start on the jack 6 deuce 5 rainbow. What is ace high's bluff here?
Wow.
Pois makes the call. Mulder gets some extra value on the river with the kings.
How much? 210. 210?
Perhaps just the right amount by Mulder on the river. Couple time banks thrown in by Pois.
Little misstep there by Pois. To your point, Jeff, I just don't think that Mulder's barreling it off there with air.
Queen 9 suited for Vogelsang.
There we go.
We'll
yeah,
suit
tie
up.
it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it all up. Here comes the costume.
Paw with ace queen. Call onto the small blind. Adamo with the king 9 off.
As we can see, Vogelsang in terrible shape up against king 9 and ace queen. Both hands dominating his holding. Well, let there be a flop. This guy can't. Oh my gosh. It's on the tractor. At the moment, no pair. Just a wild backdoor draw, no club on board. I'm worried about Adamo more than anything in this spot. Defending from the big on this sort of texture. Comfort card now for Poix.
In the form of the ace of diamonds. Christoph?
Well, once again, he's left us. Yeah. One of the departed. All right. I don't think I see any breathing going. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah. Maybe Jake can wait. Jake, just pull the tusk there.
Oh, okay.
Going to use this card as a bluffing opportunity. He doesn't think that Poix can have any aces. Unlikely that Adamo does. Believes the door is open, and it's about to be slammed shut.
Check calls. Adamo out of the way. Six of diamonds. The river.
I don't think that this is a card that gets Vogelsang in trouble. I know we have a 9 in our hand, and 8-9 makes the nuts. But this is a different sort of opponent. Are you really trying to represent that against Paul Poix? You just saw the hand a moment ago. He's going to look you up. If you ever think you're bluffing him off an ace, think again. There could be a spot where Vogelsang believes Paul could have some sort of 10 and thinks that 2 barrels could get it done.
Does he see the door open here?
I don't think he sees anything. He is passed out cold. Yeah, there it is. He's just out. Oh, there. Okay, he woke back up, and yeah, he's going to go.
He is going to fire.
Oops. Hoping that Paul has a 10. That's what we're targeting here.
And just the snap call, which doesn't feel good if you have the queen nine in your hand. Nice pickup by Paul Plough. A little rebound for the Trident co-founder. Number 1 on the Malaysia all-time money list. Almost $22 million in career tournament earnings.
Paul gets it right back.
Seven players left at Super High Roller Bowl Europe from the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino in northern Cyprus. Jeff Platt here with Brent Hanks. We'll have coverage the rest of the way in this tournament. $3.2 million up top. Today, we'll either play until the end of this level or if we have one more elimination. So we'll come back tomorrow with either 7 or 6 left, or 5 if there's a double elimination. So really, we're going to torture at least one person tomorrow, perhaps 2. Since 5 players make the money.
I'm all right with that, Jeff.
I'm fine with a little pain.
I love the pain.
It's not us.
I love the pain. Let there be blood.
Dealer has called the floor to help wake up Vogelsang. So we take a look at the leaderboard. Paul Plough, a pretty definitive chip lead at about 1.9 million. Ali at about 1.3. Schindler, Mulder, 1.1. Vogelsang, Adams, and Adamo rounding out this unofficial final table. Adamo is the shortest stack, but has almost 40 bigs. So there's absolutely no panic at this point.
Plenty of depth, plenty of play.
And no matter what happens, they'll be super deep tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we will start at 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific time.
Okay.
That's 4 a.m. Las Vegas
Not a
time.
problem, Jeff.
Not a problem for you. You've been going strong at that start time for a week.
Sure have.
You got to sleep in an hour today. How'd that feel?
I got up at the normal time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The chat here is just, you know, they're very upset.
Yeah.
With the pace of play, and I completely sympathize with them, and I completely agree. It's ridiculous. The rules have to be amended. They must be changed. This is unacceptable. And it's not everyone, and it's not every hand.
Sure.
And for the folks
and
that
it's
are
hard
taking,
to fault certain players
exactly,
because these are the rules in place.
It's the rules. Change the rules.
Right.
It's not the players are taking full advantage
Yep.
of what they're allowed to do.
But I completely understand frustration from the audience. We hold that same frustration here in the booth. You especially, the amount of times you throw your hands up in the air. Because we're looking out for the future of the game also.
10 seconds. You get 10 seconds to act. That's it.
And if there's action before
and you get 20. Give them 10 more. That's fine. We don't need to take
banks, not 12.
30 seconds before nothing's even happened, for crying out loud.
Adams, let's go with the King 9 suited. And just to clarify, because there's a little confusion in the chat, the time banks are worth 30 seconds apiece, not 1 minute.
You shove range again if I 4-bet?
But correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff. When it is your turn to act,
I had a decent hand for it.
you have 10. What is the current rule? You have how much time before that clock starts?
The clock starts automatically.
It's on you. It's 30 seconds.
Yes.
And then you have to use a time bank.
Exactly.
Right? Okay. So players are going to take the full 30 seconds starting right when it's on you.
Yeah.
You're seeing that over and over and over again. Then they still have more 30-second tickets that they can submit.
Sure. A lot of them, actually.
Right. And certain decisions will absolutely have time, and they should have time. You should have ample time
yes.
to decide.
But that pot with Vogelsang and Paw is a perfect example of one that didn't need as much time as was given. Again, given by the rules. So you received 9 30-second time banks to start day 1, 9 to start day 2. If you make the final 3, you'll have an additional 6, and they do carry over.
Oh, that's great. Cool if someone had like 20 30-second time banks and we used them all in one hand.
In theory, it could happen.
Well, you should be capped at how many you can use in it. You can use 3 a hand, tops. There's so many changes that could be made to help speed it up.
And perhaps we're starting to see some of those changes implemented. Triton has done that. They've quickened the pace. Mulder 3-betting here to 180,000. Adamo just flings the queen-jack suited into the muck. Toon Mulder, you've said this. Pretty fast pace of play overall. Today he's had a couple of spots that he's taken a decent amount of time in, which is
I would
totally
say
fine.
that the majority of this table has been relatively
Ali's
quick.
always good. Paul Pois, of course, excellent pace.
Schindler
plays very quickly, actually.
He does, and the tractor notoriously is always in first gear. He takes a lot of time. And again, it's not his fault.
Right.
It's the rules.
Schindler opens with the king 7 off. Adams has 6-5 of diamonds. He'll defend. King Jack 9, 1 diamond. Schindler wins that pot. Jake Schindler 14th on the all-time money list. He passes the $30 million mark in career live tournament earnings with a cash in this event. If he won this event, he'd move into 11th on the all-time money list. He'd pass Steve O'Dwyer, Mikita Badziakuski, and Fedor Holtz. Queen 10 suited now for Schindler. Jack 3 of hearts.
And that little
from
twinkle in
SHRB.
his eye. He's got the suited jack. It's obviously good enough to defend, but could he have a different plan? No, we're just going to call.
Queen 7-4, no hearts. Advantage Schindler. Ooh, checks back quickly. Ali turns a 3. Late C-bet by Schindler. He fires 90K. Late check calls. River brings another 7.
And I think an interesting river as well. How many 7s is Schindler opening? Probably be like 6, 7 suited exactly, a 7 suited exactly. Maybe those only 7, 8. Schindler has to be concerned about Ali here having a 7. Yeah, knuckles home. Happy to drag it.
Check back on the flop, made him a little bit of money. $10K, $20K, $20K big blind ante. Last level of the day, which will be cut short if there's an elimination. 1 hour levels at Super High Roller Bowl Europe. Schindler opens again, this time with the ace-4 diamonds. King-Queen for Poix. King 7-6, 1 diamond.
Fun one for Jake. Easy continuation bet. When it comes King 6-7, relatively dry. He could and should have a lot of the kings. Clearly, we can see Poix defended with the current winner, but Jake has a lot of backdoor cards that can add some equity on the turn.
And does turn, gut shot.
3 of diamonds absolutely would have been the dream
Right.
ticket for Schindler, but this does add 4 more extra outs. Jake now soaking it up. Can I be up against a king? Maybe not. Fires a second shell with those outs that were just mentioned. designed to put pressure on some sort of 6, 7, perhaps deny equity from hands like 9-8, 5-8 suited that could be there. Also important having a 4 in our hand where we block 4-5. Unlikely now that Paul Plock can have that. And
how about a 5-ball on the river and a straight for Jake Schindler?
We might see Paul Plock come unglued here. Frustrating run out for his hand. No doubt Schindler will be betting.
And that bet is 300,000.
His instincts are right. He feels like he's beat. You can see it.
Yeah.
In his face. Thinking, you just get lucky on me. He's even saying ace-4.
Time bank used for an additional 30 seconds to act. Can Paul get away from the pair of kings? He cannot. He does make the call. He does pay Schindler off, and with that, Jake Schindler has moved into the chip lead.
Here comes the snake. Schindler, perfectly executed. A little bit of luck and good fortune on his side there, Paul Poix. Bad beat, but still very healthy. 1.3 million in his stack remaining. Plenty of depth.
經6、7嚟3嚟5，一路打，傾啦，傾女啊！
Raise and take it for Vogelsang.
You ever fall asleep, Jeff, while operating a tractor?
No, can't say that I have. probably dangerous.
Not safe. You know, when you're a farmer, you're always tired.
That's true. That's true. You don't want to do that, though. You can't operate a vehicle. Fall asleep.
That's what concerns me about Vogelsang.
Yeah, that's true. It's a great point by you. Just kind of nods off while the tractors are like now.
Just completely out cold.
Like he's just out, and he has ace queen. Like he should wake
up.
Huge
hand. You know, it's just completely out.
This is the chip leader raising. You have ace queen in the big. Oh, okay. Here he is. Just the call with the ace queen.
I think he's now fully covered. He's covered his eyes now, too.
Well, he's showing too much.
Doesn't even want to see the flop.
Ace, king, deuce. Does flop a pair of aces. Broadway draw for Schindler.
Maybe he's going to need Schindler to tell him what the board is.
Yeah,
asking the wrong guy, by the way. Jake won't talk.
Right now, Jake won't give him anything.
An absolutely fine continuation here from Schindler. On the smaller side, we do have the gut shot. We've opened under the gun. Able to rep this texture. Vogelsang very under-repped. Ace queen off. Just defending from the big. And again, he's fallen asleep, so it'll be a minute. There we go.
Does check call. Nine of spades on the turn.
Schindler understanding that Vogelsang more king heavy than ace heavy here. Considering sizing up a second shell. Hoping of putting a king in a very bad spot. Not to mention ace X, right? You're not exactly in love. There it is, 250.
The overbet here by Schindler.
Yeah.
250,000 into 160. Which, to your point, puts a ton of kings in just an absolutely torturous spot. Ace queen, though, a little bit better.
And hard, right? It's hard for Vogelsang to have ace queen. Schindler has a queen in his hand. Hard to have ace jack. You have a jack in your hand.
Looks like Vogelsang did just have one time bank left.
Wonder why.
It's a queen on the river. Ace is up for Vogelsang.
Yeah, and it's a very bad card for Schindler. Vogelsang to continue. Obviously, we assume he may have some sort of ace, but you have to be concerned about the ace X of spades here that would have added a flush draw, the suited variety, to be defending. Just a wonderfully played hand by Vogelsang with ace queen. Obviously, it helps to just smash it, but remarkably under-repped from the big blind with a hand as good as ace queen.
Schindler, I think he was contemplating going bananas. But finds the check back on the end, and Vogelsang will take down a nice pot.
A lot of history between those two, Jeff. You mentioned Vogelsang's last victory. The 2017 Super High Roller Bowl defeated Jake Schindler heads up. There we go.
And the possibility still there for a rematch tomorrow as we bring you final table coverage of Super High Roller Bowl Europe. You see it, a jam-packed leaderboard. Schindler on top, Poix, Vogelsang, Mulder, Amshurovich, Adams, and Adamo. What a final table we have in store, and it comes to you tomorrow. Thanks to our crew. For Brent Hanks, I'm Jeff Platt. Thank you all so much for watching. See you tomorrow for day 3, the final day of Super High Roller Bowl Europe.